All right, good evening, everyone. I'd like to call this virtual Village Board meeting of the Arlington Heights Village Board to order on Monday, September 27, 2021. This is a continuation of our meeting held last Monday, September 20, 2021, to specifically discuss one then new business item, now old business item, the Crescent Place proposal for 40 affordable housing units located at 310 West Rand Road in the village of Arlington Heights. Before I do that, I would just mention that we're meeting virtually tonight because it is not practical or prudent to us to meet in person this evening. I note that we've got 55 current attendees, 57. It's going to be ever increasing, I'm sure. Members of the public, and then 17 village board members and staff. So we're well over the 35, again, limit that we can hold safely here with COVID-19 guidelines and restrictions. So I think we'll be well over 100 people in attendance one way or the other at this virtual meeting. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. So I'd ask if you would please rise and join the village board in reciting the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Would the clerk please call a roll?
Trustee Bertucci?
Here.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Here.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Here.
Trustee Grasse?
Here.
Trustee Scaletta?
Here.
Trustee Baldino?
Here.
Trustee Canty?
Here.
Trustee LaBedz?
Here.
President Hayes?
Here. Well, before we start on the agenda, let me just make a couple of comments about some things going on in town while we're all still in a good mood. And so Arlington Park, I know a lot of you hopefully were able to attend the last day of racing at our cherished facility, Arlington Racecourse here in Arlington Heights on this past Saturday. It was just a beautiful day in weather-wise and in all respects. And I know many people from around the village and around the Northwest Suburban Chicagoland area were in attendance to really celebrate all that Arlington Park has meant to our community in the Northwest Suburban region for nearly 100 years. So congratulations to the whole team at Arlington Park for a great day, final day of racing, if it does come to fruition that it is the final day in Arlington Heights and at Arlington Park on Saturday, September 25th. Just a great way to go out. On a more positive note, we still have this evening and tomorrow night of Arlington Al Fresco. So please enjoy the great weather that we're still having this week. Going to be in the 70s or even 80s the rest of the week. And so we encourage you to come out the rest of this evening or tomorrow night to enjoy the last couple of nights of Arlington Al Fresco for this year. And then at the end of this week, on Friday, October 1st and Saturday, October 2nd, we'll be having our Arlington Block Party, renamed Harmony Fest, sponsored by the Arlington Heights Special Events Commission on Friday night and by the Arlington Heights Chamber of Commerce on Saturday. So very much looking forward to seeing friends and neighbors and relatives at Harmony Fest in downtown Arlington Heights within the borders of the Arlington Al Fresco area this Friday night and Saturday. Again, forecasted great weather, and we're really looking forward to celebration of an end of a great year and hopefully, again, finally turning the corner on the COVID-19 pandemic. So please join us downtown Arlington Heights for Harmony Fest on Friday night and Saturday. With that, I do want to entertain citizens to be heard, as that is our policy and practice. And so I do have one question or one comment received from Melissa Kayer, and I'll just read that. She proposes that we change the meetings for the boards and commissions to business hours so we do not impose upon government workers to work after hours. Well, I certainly understand that, but Melissa, but it is very difficult for boards and commission members who are volunteers and who most of them have regular jobs during the workday to meet during business hours. And so as it is our practice, has been our longstanding practice, we will continue to have meeting hours for our appointed boards and commissions in the evening, as we do for our elected village board as well. Are there any other citizens that wish to address the board on items not on the agenda tonight? And that means items that are not related to the Crescent Place proposal. And let me go ahead and ask those individuals to speak now. You're, again, reminded of the 3-minute time limit. And the first is Linda Wasey. And Linda, just make sure it's not regarding Crescent Place.
I will pass and wait for Crescent Place.
Okay, thank you. And the next hand was Jack Scapin or Scapin. Jack, is it on Crescent Place or something else?
I would like to speak on Crescent Place, please.
On Crescent Place as well?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, okay, we're going to hold that until we get to that agenda item. Marie Lundstrom, I think you wanted to talk about Crescent Place as well. Is that correct?
Yes, Crescent Place.
Okay, so we'll hold off on that. And Keith Moons, Crescent Place, or is it something else tonight, Keith? Mr. Moons? All right, let me go to George Matto. Dr. Matto, George, did you want to speak on Crescent Place or something else?
Crescent Place.
Okay, we'll hold off. I'm assuming that all of these hands that I'm seeing now are for Crescent Place, and so we're going to close the citizens to be heard. Village Clerk Becky Hume, you've not received any other written comments for citizens to be heard.
No, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead and move on then to the old business item, Crescent Place, as I introduced it earlier. Again, this is a continuation of our hearing on the proposed amendment to the comprehensive plan from commercial to moderate density multifamily, rezoning from B2 district to the R6 district, and preliminary plat of subdivision to consolidate the subject property into one lot. Now, I know many people spoke at our meeting last Monday night, and this is an opportunity for those who did not speak last Monday night, and so it's going to be very difficult to me. I already see some individuals who spoke last time, and so I would prefer that we move on with individuals who did not have the opportunity to speak for whatever reason. Either we ran out of time or you had technical difficulties last time. So please, if you spoke last week, I'd ask that you not raise your hand and speak again this evening so that we give other individuals an opportunity to address the village board. We will take first those who are live with us, and then we'll go to the written comments. And I have to warn you that we've received about 60 written comments that have been submitted to our village clerk either before last Monday's meeting or before this meeting here this evening. And so as it is my goal to ensure that everyone has a full and fair opportunity to be heard, we will be hearing from individuals who are live with us tonight, but also we will also be reading all of those comments into the record here this evening. Now, my understanding from our village clerk is that those might not all last 3 minutes per individual. Hopefully some of those are a lot shorter than that. But again, it is my goal to make sure that everyone has a full and fair opportunity to be heard on this proposal. And I will ensure that that does take place. And so with that, I will remind you of the 3-minute time limit. If you have more than one individual on your Zoom link in your household that wants to speak, please let me know as soon as possible so that we recognize them at the same time. Also, please, if you just want to concur with a fellow neighbor say please vote no or please vote yes, we would appreciate that as well. We're very well aware of the issues, and so it would be helpful if we could get to a vote tonight. Don't know if that's going to happen or not based on the hands that I'm seeing and the comments that we have to read into the record. But if you could short circuit your comments, that would be very much appreciated as well. I will endeavor to call on one individual and then alert the person who's next that you are on deck so that we can try to keep this moving as quickly as possible. So with that, let's go to the public comments that were not made last week, and I'll first go to Linda Wasey. Linda?
Hi, my name is Linda. I'm a member of Southminster Presbyterian Church. I've known the couple I'm going to tell you about through my friend for many years. Mary, which is not her real name, teaches 2 to 3 English classes at Harper College. She works hard grading all those papers. I'm told she loves her classes and kids, and she seems to be well liked according to my friend. She also spends time visiting her mother in a nursing home. She has many health issues. Her partner is a handyman and has a car. Their combined income is not enough to pay for an apartment in Arlington Heights. So they rent they rent a bedroom in a house in Arlington Heights. My daughter, a number of years ago, graduated from a 2-year program in Harper College. She got a job working for a company that took care of plants in an office. Her hourly wage was $14 an hour. She looked in Wheeling, Palatine, Des Plaines, Mount Prospect, and finally found an apartment in Arlington Heights in a former horse farm in Arlington Heights. And some of the outbuildings had been made into apartments. The rent was in the mid-hundreds, $600 to $700 a month. And now, many years later, the situation has not improved much. Hundreds of young adults are graduating from Harper College, getting entry-level jobs, but can't find a place to live in Arlington Heights and begin their lives as independent residents. With the rent so high in this area, they're struggling to pay for rent, food, car payments, and many have college debt. Many of us are parents, and we know the struggle our kids are facing trying to find a place to live in the suburbs, in a place that they can afford. We as parents want our kids to live in an affordable, safe, and attractive place. So let's make Crescent Place happen for our kids. So I am asking the trustees and mayor to vote yes for Crescent Place, a home for veterans, seniors, young adults, and those who just don't have jobs that provide them with enough income to live in market rate apartments. The inclusionary housing ordinance and your commitment to DEI points to a yes vote for Crescent Place. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Linda. Next is Jack Scapin, and
Mayor,
then after that
Mayor.
is Anne Marie Lundstrom.
Mayor, if I could.
Go ahead, Randy.
If the staff did prepare some introductory remarks in response to some of the items raised by residents at the last meeting, and in response to some of the written correspondence that we received since then. If it pleases the board, it might be efficient for us to lead with that because it may actually address some of the concerns that some of the folks at the meeting may have, and it may answer some of the questions in advance.
All right, why don't you go ahead, Mr. Recklass and Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins will be handling this portion.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'll just try to screen share if that's enabled. And give me one. So I know everybody wants to hear from the residents as we do, and I'll be as brief as I can with the lengthy presentation at the last meeting. There are a number of issues that came up that I just would like to and have been asked to provide clarification on. These are the items, the neighborhood meeting. There were some concerns at the last meeting as to why board members and staff were not in attendance at the neighborhood meetings. And I just want to clarify, this is in addition to the village's normal process. Arlington Heights is unusual in requiring neighborhood meetings. Not all communities do that. And the board asked staff to start requiring neighborhood meetings probably 10 or 12 years ago as a way for developers to engage and discuss their project with the neighborhoods before going through and while they're going through the process with the village. So village staff and board members do not attend those neighborhood meetings. I just wanted to clarify that. I'll also briefly touch upon property taxes. It's a complicated topic and try to explain a little bit further detail on that, as well as site history and how the site was marketed. A brief update on the Rand Road commercial vacancy, some concerns about setbacks of the building from adjacent property, and then very briefly on existing traffic. We recognize there's existing traffic in the neighborhood, just like all of our neighborhoods, and we've seen some photographs of school buses and at the peak, pick up and drop off times at the schools. That creates a surge in the neighborhood where you have schools, and it usually dissipates, within about half an hour. So whether it's around Windsor and Minor, or Thomas, or Patton School, or Ivy Hill and others, that surge at the late mid-afternoon, as well as in the morning, is pretty typical, and it does impact neighborhoods when that happens. The same with parks. We've seen photographs of vehicles parked along Waverly in front of Rand Berkeley School. There's soccer fields, baseball fields there when there are games going on, and you have parents arriving with their kids for those games. They park on the street. There's not sufficient land to have off-site parking, and that is pretty typical throughout all of the parks in Arlington Heights. Very briefly on property taxes, we talked about it a little bit at the last meeting, and it is correct that residential is assessed at 10% and commercial is assessed at 25%. But that doesn't necessarily mean that residential pays less property taxes than commercial. It really depends on a number of factors, including the value of the property, the income of the property, the size of the property and development. And so I pulled up the audit, the village's audit, and this is the list of the top 10 taxpayers in Arlington Heights. 5 of the top 10 are residential, 2 of them being senior living facilities and 3 being apartments. So in number 8 is Tanglewood Apartments. The 9th highest taxpayer is 200 Arlington Place, which is also known as Hancock Square in downtown. And then Stonebridge Apartments is the number 10 taxpayer. And this shows the equalized assessed value. The 2020 taxes paid by Stonebridge is a little over $1.8 million. So, I think it's important to, understand, how the taxes work. Really interesting that a lot of the top taxpayers are actually in this north part of Arlington Heights, with North Point, Town and Country, Stonebridge Apartments, and Ridge Plaza, and then the Rawman development. So I just wanted to, try to explain a little bit further about tax for those that are watching and listening. There were also some questions about, how the property had been marketed, and typically each property owner retains a broker to market the property. If it's the largest shopping center, they may do that in-house, or typically they would retain a retail brokerage firm. The village does subscribe to a service called CoStar, and we pulled up information on CoStar as to when the property was listed, when it was withdrawn from sale. It was first shown as listing in 2010, just after the 2008-2009 recession. The listing price was a little bit over $2 million at that time, and then came back on the CoStar listing again in 2015. This shows that it did go under contract in 2019 and 2020. We don't know all the details on that. And then again in February of this year, and each year you can see the asking price or the under contract price has been declining. We also did a search in our database of marketing materials. This is the marketing material that was prepared by Newmark Grubb Knight Frank. They're a real estate brokerage firm based in Chicago. They specialize in retail, commercial, and restaurant space. They had the listing for this property somewhere around from 2016 for several years after that. We're not sure the exact dates. I did reach out to the senior managing director late last week to ask him if he recalled the activity on the site. He did recall that it had been under contract a couple of times, and then referred me to the actual listing broker, who is no longer with Newmark. But I did reach him. I asked him how they'd marketed it and what site issues the prospective parties that might have been interested in the property had indicated. So they marketed it. They said they sent it to every broker on their database. They sent it out to over 1,200 brokers and tenant reps. And a tenant rep is a broker that represents a specific retailer. So for example, when Ross Dress for Less was moving into the marketplace, Mid-America Real Estate, they were the exclusive broker representing Ross Dress for Less. So they reached out to those tenant reps. And they also marketed to any other type of commercial or retailer that was entering the marketplace. I asked them about the sites. They said there were 4 impediments in their view for the development of the sites as commercial. They listed the main impediment being the depth of the property and the narrowness of the frontage on Rand Road, and how difficult that is to lay out for a typical retail or commercial establishment. He said in his recollection, the only serious interest was from automotive type uses like car washes that were easier to lay out on the property. They felt that residential was the highest and best use for the property. And then another impediment was the lack of a traffic signal, which most commercial businesses are looking for in the environment. Then we did take a look at the Rand Road corridor as far as retail space and vacancy. At the last meeting, I talked about just west of Rand Road. This analysis that we did late last week goes from Dryden Avenue on the east to just west of Kennicott, the area bounded in the red, and you can just see kind of in orange the subject site highlighted. So within this area, there is 1.8 million square feet of commercial space. It has an 18.2% vacancy rate. That's almost 335,000 square feet of vacancy. The largest sectors of vacant space are Arlington Plaza. There's about 24,000 square feet of vacant space at Arlington Plaza, not counting the vacant pad site for an outlot, and also a vacant inline site that used to be outdoor sales. North Point has a vacancy of about 53,000. South Point has the largest vacancy with 132,000. I do want to disclose that we are in discussions with a potential tenant for the largest vacant space there. If that does become successful, that will significantly reduce that vacancy. South Point is also planning 2 outlets. They've just submitted one formal application for 1 outlet, and there's another one in preliminary basis. And then Town and Country has about 49,000 square feet of vacancy. That does not count the grocer or Raising Cane that's moving in there. Those are already leased and committed. And then on the office market, you can see there's a couple of office buildings in this area. Seasons Medical Facility has 16,000 square feet of vacant space. And Rand Road office just west of Kennicott has almost 12,000 square feet of vacancy. So it is an area that is our highest sales tax generating area, but has some significant vacancies that is challenging to fill in this marketplace with struggles that retailers and commercial businesses have nowadays. And then lastly, there were some comments or concerns about the proximity of this building to the nearest residential to the north and northeast. To put this in context, a typical distance between the front window of one home and the front window of another home across the street is 116 feet. And here, the thumbnail elevations on the bottom right is the east elevation. The band of windows in the middle is the stair tower. There's a couple of units on the south side and a couple of units on the north side that face east. That distance to the nearest residential in a straight line is 800 feet, and at an angle is 520 feet. And then there's a couple of units on the north side of the building that would have visibility to a home north of Stonebridge Apartments. and the distance is about 640 feet to the property line. The units in that building would not have a view of the homes. They would, their view would be blocked by Stonebridge Apartments. So I just wanted to touch on a few points that had been raised over the last week that hopefully answers a few questions for everybody. And that concludes what I had to say at this point, and I'll be available for questions later.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Mr. Recklass, anything else?
No, just one more. I just want to reiterate in terms of the community meetings that the purpose of those meetings is for the developer to have a direct meeting with the neighborhood without the village being there. Because we don't want to stand in the way of, we encourage people who are petitioning to do things with property to work with the public prior to a final submission to us. And that's really what that is. And so we purposely don't go because we want to see if the petitioner and the public can work out issues, or the petitioner can hear some of that public comment before they submit. So we don't have to spend a lot of time on something without the public having heard from it in advance. And that's kind of the purpose. And so, we weren't trying to avoid those meetings. We wanted to give the petitioner an opportunity to work with the public on their own prior to meeting with us. And I just want to make that point. And that obviously we fulfill all our legal obligations and have all the meetings that we're required to and that we see fit between the village and the public as well.
I agree with that. I just wanted to add a comment that I think it really circumvents the process when the mayor or village board members attend neighborhood meetings and even some of the other meetings that are preliminary to the board meeting. I would really prefer, and it's up to the board members whether they go or not, that we allow the process to go forward as it's intended and allow the plan commissioners, the design commissioners, the housing commission, the developer to hold their own meetings without interference from the mayor or other village board members. So that's the reason that I don't attend. My intention was to go right to village public comment, but because the staff has provided some additional information, I want to give the board just a quick opportunity to ask any clarifying questions on the information that was submitted by Mr. Perkins. And so I would hope that most of the board can hold their questions or comments until after public comment. But Trustee Bertucci wanted to just ask a clarifying question.
Mayor, I actually have quite a few clarifying questions for Charles, so I'd rather hear from the residents. I think it's important to hear from the residents, but just know that I have, I think there's some questions that need to be asked of Charles on his presentation, but I'll defer to the residents first.
Okay, thank you. Any other clarifying questions from the village board before we go back to the audience? Seeing none, let's go back to the audience then. And I apologize, Mr. Scapin, for making you wait, but you're next, and then Marie Lundstrom.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you, trustees, for your public service. After watching the preceding meeting, I actually have a real new level of respect for you and how much it takes to absorb public comments. That being said, I think this development's the right location for the right time. And my understanding is that this decision you're being asked to consider resides in the basis of one of the three following places. This is about rezoning. This seems to be about traffic. And this also seems to be about affordable housing. Mr. Passmore noted last meeting in response to Trustee Grasse's request that when considering zoning changes, what is your duty to consider? And Mr. Passmore cited the case law of the 1957 LaSalle National and the factors that are resolved around that. Those are, just to restate again, the compatibility with the existing use and zoning of nearby property. Mr. Perkins just noted the site layout is an issue for commercial use. The extent to which the property values of the subject property are diminished by the existing zoning restrictions. I'm not sure who else is going to invest $16 million there other than the applicant. The extent to which the proposed amendment promotes the public health and welfare of the village. I'm pretty sure we can all agree that affordable housing promotes the welfare of the village. The relative gain to the public as compared to the hardship imposed upon the applicant. Again, considering what the applicant is willing to invest in our neighborhood, I think this is a very large public gain. The suitability of the subject property for the purpose for which it's currently zoned, as Mr. Perkins just noted, it has been vacant for 19 years and it's not been a suitable property on the marketplace. and the length of time for which the property has been vacant as presently zoned in the context of where it is located, the consistency of the proposed amendment within the comprehensive plan, and that the proposed amendment will benefit the needs of the community. That being said, I heard a lot about traffic last time. That's going to negatively impact on how much more consideration needs to be paid for the traffic concerns of the neighbors. And that's very true and important. I think it should be very easy to resolve, though, in just a matter of math. All right, Route 12 is an IDOT road. I would assume IDOT's got the final say on how we get a light put in there. And if a traffic study merits a traffic light and IDOT wants one, there'll inevitably be one. And if it doesn't merit one, then let's move on. This is very much about math and IDOT requirements. Folks don't like the current traffic study. Let's get a new one, a third-party independent one, if that's really what this is about. And on top of that, it seemed to me from interpreting the zoning ordinance that left the developer on the hook, should one be merited. If this doesn't get rezoned, it should be considered that a commercial property moves in, traffic will most likely be worse, and the current zoning will not require any amendment, thus not requiring any right-of-way improvements to the benefit of the neighborhood. So careful what you ask for. If ultimately IDOT does not provide a traffic signal, then there should be other ways for the village to consider dealing with the traffic to slow down cars for the neighbors. Perhaps making it more pedestrian friendly could involve using speed bumps or making a right in, right out only. Which just brings me to the third one, which is affordable housing. I didn't hear much about complaining about affordable housing last time. I think that there'll be plenty of people who will speak to that today. And I ask you to consider, I appreciate your consideration and time to hear my support of your vote to rezone this property. And also I want to thank the applicant for believing our town is the right place to invest a small fortune. Thank you, Mayor and trustees.
Thank you, Jack. Next is Marie Lundstrom and then George Motto. Marie, are you able to speak to us this time?
Yes, I am.
There you go. Thank you.
I'm at my daughter's house this time.
Okay.
Yes, I'm Marie Lundstrom. I am here to object to the zoning change. I do not live anywhere near this property. My objection is the Commonwealth Edison high voltage substation that is adjacent to this development. I would not live there. Would you? We have asked for an EMF exposure test. The builder didn't think it was necessary. I think it's necessary. I would not vote on this project until a test was done. This is for low-income people. We don't need them to live in an unsafe environment. My next-door neighbor worked for Commonwealth Edison for years. He said nothing should be built on this site until the EMF test is done. It's for the exposure. I walked over there. I could hear the hum. I could feel it. It needs to be, please. It's for the benefit of whatever is going to be developed there, and it's for the development and protection of Arlington Heights. Now, I know this housing trust group, they're not Better Business Bureau accredited, and they came from Florida. I mean, let's face it, he got this for a very cheap price. Mr. Perkins said at one time this was $2 million. I think he's getting it for, I don't know, 900 or something like that. And of course, it's 100% low-income housing. So I don't really know how much the builder is actually paying himself. Because in the long run, most of it comes back from the taxpayers. I appreciate all the hard work you guys do. I was a board member, so I know it's not an easy job. I know you're going to have half the people unhappy with you and happy people happy. I just want it to be a good project. I think it was a lovely Christmas tree lot. I know it wasn't making enough money at that time. Anyway, in our municipal code, it says that you're supposed to listen to the citizens of Arlington Heights, and that's us. And I'm just saying, this is really not a perfect place for this development. He got it because it's cheap. And I also would like to know, as far as the signage, we have had trouble understanding because it isn't very clear. And I do have a question for the builder also. He said something about it being an all-electric building. I certainly hope not, because I had electric heat once. It's very expensive. How would low-income people pay for that? Thank you for the time. I appreciate it. Please vote no.
All right. Thank you, Marie. Next is George Motto and then Pam Horwath.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes. I listened to the board meeting last month and all of today's proceedings. And I conclude again that Arlington Heights really needs affordable housing, and the problems and the negative aspects, I believe, can be worked out and should be worked out, because affordable housing is a very, very important topic. Our seniors need affordable housing. And my work with our Senior Citizens Commission's Affordable Age-Friendly Survey, the need for affordable housing was the top worry of our seniors. And we've been working on that on the commission as one of our action steps. Our workers need affordable housing, not just what we would call poor people, but people who are working in government and other positions. They can't afford to live in our community. In fact, my work with the Chicago Mayor Council and other entities shows the entire region is in need of affordable housing. And we've been talking about affordable housing here in Arlington Heights for years. And we've even enacted an inclusionary housing ordinance because the board believes affordable housing is necessary. However, there have been some glitches in the application of that. So I think the incentive is there, the motive is there, and the desire is there. And here with the Crescent Place project, yes, it has some faults. Yes, there might be some other uses for the property, but I think Charles answered a lot of that tonight. And, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. If you have a big commercial entity there, the traffic is going to be higher and a lot of other things. And the community will not benefit from having more affordable housing. This is very important. This is necessary. Our own seniors want to have affordable housing so that we can age in place in our community without having to move elsewhere. Therefore, I am forced to conclude that we need this, and I very strongly urge you to vote in favor of the Crescent Place project. Thank you.
All right, thanks, George. Next is Pam Horwath and then Ann Gillespie. All right, apparently Pam is having some difficulty, so Ann, and then Tom Dineen.
Thank you, Mayor and Board. I've had the opportunity to work on affordable housing issues over the last couple of years, informed in part from constituents, including, as Mr. Moto just spoke to, our senior citizens in particular, who have been speaking to me about their desire to age in place and the challenges they're facing doing that. And also from our businesses in Arlington Heights who are trying to recruit and retain workers who are facing very long commutes to get to work. So affordable housing has many faces and they're all around us, including families whose life circumstances have changed dramatically due to events beyond their control, as we're experiencing now with the COVID pandemic. The affordable housing plan that the village passed in 2020 is a leader in our state, and Crescent Place project fits perfectly within our village plan. It will help our residents and it will help our business community. No matter what is done to develop that property, there will be a traffic implication. And it doesn't seem from the data that we've seen that a residential development is going to be a greater traffic burden than the commercial development potential would be. We also have a unique opportunity right now with an influx of federal money to cover affordable housing that would help mitigate any local tax implications. And so I urge the board to favorably consider the Crescent Place application. I think it fits well within the village's own plan and well within our state goals, in addition to supporting our residents and our businesses. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ann. And next, let's go to Tom Dineen, and then we'll try to go back to Pam Horwath. Tom?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We got you.
Thank you. Obviously, there's a tremendous opposition from our neighborhood, as witnessed by the large volume of emails, texts, calls, and petition signatures to the rezoning of the property on Rand and Chestnut. Prior to last Monday's meeting, I emailed Mayor Hayes and all the members of the board about conducting this meeting publicly rather than virtually in a school setting. Last Monday's village meeting had some technical glitches. Some people were unable to speak. And this did not allow as well for public support. Maybe only 50 people in our neighborhood wanted to talk, but there might have been 100, 200 people that want to come to support those speakers. And you're unable to see that, and they're unable to be heard. At every turn, it appears that our opposition and efforts are not being valued, and this project is sort of a done deal, and it's very disappointing to see this process. You've heard about the negative impact on taxes and schools and crime, but most notably traffic. We have Fudabakai on one end of our subdivision operating 6 to 7 days a week. We got Stonebridge Apartments with 586 units on the other end, and in between we have Holy Nation Church, which operates 7 days a week, day and night, along with all the youth and adult soccer and softball, anywhere from 4 to 7 days and nights, all in between. The two traffic studies that were done were flawed. The first one was done during COVID with adults working and kids at home learning remotely. The second one was a rush study that was conducted in a day and a half and not on all streets that were impacted. There were no cameras or monitors on Apple Tree, one of the cut-throughs, none on Arlington Heights Road at Waverly or Apple Tree, nor nothing on Rand and Chestnut, as well as Rand and Techney. Zero monitoring on a weekend when the traffic is even worse. Not to even mention the many people that run the stop signs on Waverly and Chestnut. It's just a recommendation. And the speed down both Apple Tree and Waverly is unbelievable, and nothing has been done about these issues. Not one thing. My number one question is, what is the village of Arlington Heights gaining by approving this rezone? Number two, what is our neighborhood gaining from approval of this rezone? Absolutely nothing. It's only adding more negative issues to an already crowded area. To my knowledge, nobody on the village board or planning commission or the people that have spoken in support of this live in our neighborhood, and you're not impacted by your decision. We live here 24/7 and are impacted. A couple further points. There's this pie in the sky attitude that any Arlington Heights applicant that wants to live in these buildings is going to get in. There is no guarantee whatsoever that Arlington residents get first shot at this. Secondly, what about the police calls and crime stats in a 1 mile radius of projects of this type? We already have numerous game problems, shootings, stabbings, tagging, less than a mile down the road on Rand Road. We had gang tagging on the dumpsters in Stonebridge Apartments. It took us a month to get those out of there. Also, our neighbors next door, the village of Palatine, voted down a similar project stating this is not what the residents want. Finally, Arlington Heights already meets and exceeds the required quota for affordable housing. We don't need this project. According to the Village Code of Arlington Heights, you were elected to represent the people of Arlington Heights with no personal agendas. It's sad to see that some of you do have personal agendas and unprofessionally made up your minds prior to hearing from our neighborhood.
Tom, finish your thoughts if you would.
I am. I'm on my last sentence. Thank you. We helped elect you to represent us. By voting yes to rezoning, you're turning your backs on our neighborhood and the people that trusted you. By voting no to rezoning, you're representing us and doing the right thing. Please vote no, as this is what the majority of our community feels is a bad fit. We can do better. Thank you. And now my wife would like to speak. Thank you.
All right, Chris, if you just identify yourself, if you would.
Hi, my name is Chris Dineen, and I wanted to let you know that I did work in sales. So Jake Zuneman is in sales and is very slick and good at overcoming every objection. He's been pitching this idea to the village of Arlington Heights for almost a year. His company is in Florida and has never built in Illinois. He was turned down in displays from the Planning and Zoning Commission for a similar project in March of 2021. HTG has a pending lawsuit that pertains to the negligent maintenance of the building and one that was just settled regarding building security negligence. I was very disappointed. I was very surprised that the Planning Commission voted 7-0 on this project. The Crescent Place team had ample time to present their proposal, which took over an hour's time, and the rest of the large audience had minutes. It was the first time we heard their proposal. Most in attendance were not in support of the project. No one was aware that there was a prior neighborhood meeting, as it was not publicly posted and people weren't notified outside of the 20-foot radius. Only 3 people attended. The second neighborhood meeting was not in the neighborhood. It was at the Arboretum Club in Buffalo Grove with a time limit of an hour and a half. By being so far away, it discouraged residents from attending. In the 70+ people that did attend, there was not one supporter. The first 45 minutes to an hour was listening to the salesman Jake and his team trying to convince us why Crescent Place was a good idea. Our neighborhood had a half hour of time for Q&A. The third neighborhood meeting at the Arboretum was also attended by 70+ people, with only 5 in support of the project. Again, Jake presenting his project the third time. And he stated having a full-time live-in employee was a good idea. Well, that good idea was based on the feedback from the previous neighborhood meeting, not from Jake. Lastly, in my opinion and many other residents, Crescent Place is unattractive. It looks like a medical building with a parking lot and not a home or a place to live. It doesn't fit into our neighborhood with traditional Midwest architecture. If the children live there, where are they going to play? There's no green space for them for a playground to run, play, or various outside sports. Are they going to play in front of the building, which is a parking lot off a Rand Road, or near the back of the building, next to the ComEd electric facility? They are building activities for indoors, but nothing for outdoors. Crescent Place has no attractive view. Towards the east is the hum of the ComEd area and family bedrooms. West is Rand Road, north is Stonebridge, south is parking lot and a strip mall. So I also live directly across from the park and the playground. It's very crowded. I've seen a lot of activities there over the year. Kids are there daily from preschool, sporting events, evenings and weekends. Kids hang out there until wee hours in the morning.
Chris, you're going to have to finish your thoughts if you would.
Yes, and my thoughts are we can do better. We can do better with that lot. Maybe a dog park, pickleball courts, area for children to play. I vote no to rezone. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Chris. Next is Pam Horwath. Do we have you, Pam? No. Okay. We're going to move on then to Leon Intrader and then Ann O'Brien. Go ahead, Leon. All right, I'm not hearing Leon either, so let's go on to Ann O'Brien. Ann?
Can you hear me now?
Is that Leon? Go ahead, Leon.
That's me.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, let me try again. Sorry, Mayor. My name is Dr. Leon Intrader. I'm a psychologist. My office is in Northfield, Illinois. I've been teaching at the Harvard College for approximately 19 years. In my experience in work over the last 19 years is that just speaking from my experience of my students regarding the affordable housing issue, is that my heart goes out to literally thousands of students that I've had over the years who experience many problems financially. Some of them sleeping in their car in the parking lot at Harper and in forest preserves. It seems to me that over the years the problem, at least from my experience, has been increasing in terms of students at Harper, anyhow, that I've had since I started in about 2002, where it seems to me that there's a significant increase in students that are reporting on their papers and in the community psychology courses that I teach, where the problem seems to have gotten worse. So I'm speaking on behalf of affordable housing for the community, just as one who's experiencing it from an instructor's perspective of the community college district. And I would end my talk at that point, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Leon. Next is Ann O'Brien and then Sheldon Galster.
Hello, I'm Ann O'Brien. I've lived in Arlington Heights for 43 years. It wasn't my initial plan to stay here this long. I wanted a more diverse community in which to raise my children. But between the 1980s recession and falling in love with my house, my neighborhood, and our wonderful library, we never moved away. However, I've never forgotten my discomfort about living in such a lily-white, homogeneous suburbs. Properties like Crescent Place are a step in the right directions for Arlington Heights. I have a relative who is on the autistic spectrum. He's on Social Security disability and works part-time. I have concerns about his housing right now. Finding affordable housing is not available. I worry about will savings be enough to keep him in his hometown. Housing developments like Crescent Place are a step in the right direction for us as a family. That's my personal story. Professionally, I worked as a case manager and advocate in senior services. I saw people unable to afford gas or healthcare or medicines or even food. The high cost of living in the Chicago suburbs took most of their income. The clients I had in subsidized housing had all of those things. Not a lot extra, but they were able to meet their needs. But those that were paying market value were not able to meet their needs. Some of my clients lived in Stonebridge. They afforded it when they first moved there, but as the rents raised, they could not keep up. One client was selling off all of his furniture and clothes and other belongings to make ends meet. Housing costs are reasonable for working people. They will then have income to spend on gas and food and Medicare and entertainment in the village. Crescent Place would be, for Arlington Heights, a step in the right directions toward being a more diverse and welcoming community. That's what I want for my village, and I hope that the village will see this, the village board will see it the same way. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ann. Next is Sheldon Galster and then Tony Carlino. Sheldon, I think you had trouble last week and we got trouble again tonight. So we'll move on to Tony Carlino and then Marie H.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and trustees, for your time and attention in this matter tonight. When I pulled up the Arlington Heights website, a quote from one of the trustees caught my eye. I start with this because I feel it represents what is going on with this vote tonight. The trustee wrote, and quote, "I believe we need to listen to our residents and foster a community that will last for generations long after trustees are gone." It is well put, and I believe this represents what we want from our trustees. That brings me to my points. The decision to change this property to a residential area is really not a short-range one. Instead, its impact would last for decades, and likely it would be a permanent change. It is the residents who live in and around this property that will be impacted the most by the decisions of the trustees tonight. It has been argued that the property has not been viable as a commercial site for almost 20 years. While it may appear this way on paper, closer analysis reveals that over the years, the owner has held on to the property. Now the Village of Arlington Heights has an opportunity to truly try to develop it as a commercial site. In fact, it has been successfully used as a commercial site, selling Christmas trees during the holiday season. So there's definitely some potential. The benefits of a commercial site have been already presented. Jobs, better economy, lower property taxes. So to close the door on this as a commercial site would be, in my opinion, and the opinion of those who are impacted the most from the zoning, is a mistake and a change that would not be better for the community in the long run. The residents most impacted by the zoning change have clearly spoken. We request to be heard. Over 600 residents from the immediate area have united and have asked the trustees to listen to our very legitimate concerns and vote no to rezoning. Again, these are not just any residents. These are the residents affected the most by the change to be decided tonight. They will be affected now and for many years to come. We hope that the trustees do listen to the legitimate and passionate concerns brought before them in their meetings and multiple emails and vote no to rezoning. Out of a recognition to the most impacted citizens of Arlington Heights and for the betterment of the future of our town. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Tony. Next is Marie H. And Marie, you're going to have to give us your last name, and then Stephanie Brown.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Board. My name is Marie Hine, and I live with my family on North Chestnut Avenue, just a block from the proposed development. I am requesting that the board vote no to the rezoning of 10 West Rand Road. Hundreds of residents within the immediate vicinity of the proposed development should be heard, and we do thank you for this opportunity this evening. We are passionate about keeping the area free of excessive congestion, particularly at the same intersection where an established apartment complex offers 580 housing units. Our opposition is to rezoning for any multifamily residential purposes. We do believe it is the fiduciary responsibility of the trustees to act in the best interest of its residents. And you are already aware that an overwhelming number do not want this redevelopment to proceed. Those that live in the immediate area, not those that live several miles away. We are asking you to vote no to rezoning 310 West Rand Road. We ask that you listen to the voices of the residents in the immediate community rather than an out-of-state developer that comes equipped with best case scenario talking points and who certainly don't have a first-hand experience of living in the community we wish to preserve. I thank you for your time this evening.
All right. Thanks, Marie. I may have already called on Stephanie Brown, but let me try it again. Stephanie?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I just ran over to my neighbor's house because I live by Pam and she's having technical difficulties. So I'll get started. Sorry, I literally just ran. So first and foremost, I want to stand alongside of my fellow neighbors and respectfully ask that you vote no to this rezone.
Do you know how to get me up?
I'm going to let you speak next. Yep, I'll let you go next. Sorry. Okay, so respectfully ask for you to vote no. A few things that I'd like to talk about first. The statements that this will help veterans and teachers and those in our community that really need the assistance. Yeah, we can all agree to that. That would be fantastic. But when we were asked at the neighborhood meeting if local residents would receive any priority, we were told no, they would not receive priority. Further, we were told by the developer that we should encourage our elderly neighbors and parents to apply to live in the building so that we could make sure that those people live there. This was among many of the unprofessional comments and behaviors observed at the meeting, which I believe drove the firm request for village representation. I'm sorry, at the second meeting, which I believe drove the request for village representation at the third meeting. Lastly, regardless of whatever vote happens tonight, I want to challenge the board to challenge whichever party continues to allow the destruction of modest homes near transportation and businesses near the downtown area, where people can walk to these jobs, where people can hop a train to another town to work. We continue to see these homes demolished and built by $1 million, and in its place, $1 million homes are built. And I doubt that many in my neighborhood could even afford those. So if we want to talk about affordable housing, I really think whether what happens tonight, that needs to be addressed. Thank you again, and I respectfully ask that you vote no to this rezone And I'm going to pass it off to Pam.
Thank you, Stephanie. Good evening, all.
Is this Pam Horwath?
Good evening. My name is Pam Horwath. I've been a resident of Arlington Heights for 30 years and my husband for 54 years. My husband and I are not in favor of the proposed rezoning of the property at 310 West Rand Road in Arlington Heights from commercial to residential or multifamily, as you call it. We understand that many people will voice their opinions regarding the rezoning of this property. However, we are asking the board to listen to the voices of the 632 people who signed the petition not in favor of rezoning this property. People who actually live in the immediate affected area. The people who will greatly be affected are asking you as our elected officials to vote no. As for the traffic study, which apparently is only a 2-day study, I don't know if that's an accurate study or not. There are 6 level Ds, which the volume to capacity ratio is high and either progression is ineffective or the cycle length is too long. Many vehicles stop and individual cycle failures are noticeable. There was 1 level E. The progression is unfavorable. The volume to capacity ratio is high and the cycle length is long. Individual cycle failures are frequent. And 1 level F, the worst it can get. The volume to capacity ratio is very high. Progression is very poor and the cycle length is long. Most cycles fail to clear the queue. That is 6 Ds too many, 1 E too many, and 1 F too many. And how accurate is a 2-day study, especially where I witnessed the camera pole at Waverly and Chestnut was down and there was actually no camera on it. As for the comment from one of the trustees that the property hasn't sold in 19 years, therefore it should be rezoned. That property hasn't been listed for sale for the last 19 years. And as I forget who it was who spoke earlier, it doesn't even have exact accurate information of how many times it was listed for sale. As I respect everybody's wishes, my husband, or respect their opinions, my husband and I are asking you to vote no on rezoning this property from commercial to multifamily. Thank you. And thank you again, Stephanie. You're a wonderful neighbor, great neighbor.
All right, thanks, Pam and Stephanie.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
And next is Don Nathan, and then Derek and/or Renee Serba.
Good evening. And thank you for the opportunity to have a couple of moments to speak out against the rezoning of the property at Rand and Chestnut for residential purposes. I'm mindful of the use of the property and keeping in mind what the best use might be. I would suggest land use principles ought to be taken into consideration. Moreover, it might be in the best interest of the current owner of the property to have the property rezoned as residential. Certainly the tax implication for the owner of the property would be that the burden would certainly decrease. I remember Mr. Perkins talking about how Stonebridge, one of the 10 largest taxpayers in Arlington Heights, was the owner of that property. Certainly, if the property were to be rezoned as residential, their tax burden would go down dramatically. Not only would Stonebridge profit from the rezoning of that property to residential, but the corporation doing the development would make an absolute fortune. I think, moreover, the highest and best use of the property would be as a public park rather than for either commercial or residential purposes. Right. Stonebridge residents might be able to play in that park. Residents of the Berkeley Square and Greenbrier neighborhoods might be able to play in that park. Kids might be able to play soccer there and not be exposed for more than an hour or two to electric current. Moreover, when considering the availability of 360 acres at the Arlington Park racetrack that might be used for affordable housing, perhaps that would be a better use of that land instead of having the land used at Rand and Chestnut. Perhaps Harper students might be better served living in Northfield with the professor from Harper College.
Don, please finish your thoughts if you would.
I'm going to finish up and then I'm going to let my wife, who has resided in this neighborhood longer than I have, speak.
Hi, I have been in this property 11 years and I feel very safe in this neighborhood. I think we should listen to the people in this neighborhood and vote no on rezoning. I think that the people who are not in the neighborhood, such as the professor from the Harper College and Ann Gillespie, who are not in this neighborhood,
comes from Mount Prospect,
that maybe these affordable housing should be in their neighborhood, or maybe the people in Buffalo Grove, they should do it. Our neighborhood is diverse and it is affordable here. Okay, I moved in here because it is diverse. You know, I have Hispanic neighbors, I have Japanese, I have African Americans next door, and Polish and everybody here. And this is affordable housing here. We all live in harmony. I don't think that neighborhood, especially with the electrical current and how ugly the building is and how much traffic we'll have, I think that the people who say, yes, put it in their neighborhood, let's put it in the person's neighborhood who was the first speaker who said, it's affordable housing. Well, you know, let's put it in their neighborhood and see how they like it. How can you possibly control how many people, if you have a young person from Harper College move in there and say they get married and have multiple children? You can't kick them out, you know? And someone mentioned that the builder was cited because they didn't take care of the building. This is a person from out of town who just wants to make money off of it. You know, we want a safe, affordable neighborhood, and that's what we have now. Okay. Yes, we do have traffic problems. Okay. So the people who, if you put it residential there, they're going to come and use the area where it's Hinds and Arlington Heights Road. It's going to be backed up more traffic, or Hinds and Rand Road. We don't need more traffic in this area. I was in the park this past weekend, and there was a hell of a lot of people there. I can't imagine. People from Stonebridge walk over to come to Rand Berkeley Park. Put a park in that neighborhood so they could go there. They could have a choice between that park, especially if Stonebridge owns that property. Let them have a play area for their residents. That way they can decide to play there, or they can come to our park. Maybe a top playground, a dog park. This area is not pet friendly. You know, Deerfield and other areas have pet friendly areas where you can bring your pet. You know,
Mrs. Nathan, please finish your thoughts.
I am. The park that's close by here to our neighborhood on the east side, I can't even bring my dog there to walk around. It's like ridiculous. I say vote no for rezoning.
All right. Mrs. Nathan, what's your first name?
Beth Nathan.
All right. Thank you. Next
Thank
is
you.
Derek or Renee Zerba, and just make sure you did not speak last week, correct?
My computer. Hello?
Yeah, we got you. Is
Oh,
that Renee?
okay. Yeah, that's Derek will go first and then I'll speak.
Hey, trustees, it's Derek Zerba. I think one thing is important to note. We live right behind the substation. So when we're hearing from all these other people and all the people you guys had lined up between last week and this week, it'd be nice to if the volunteers that are speaking could tell us exactly where they live, because we've been here 19 years and we live directly behind the substation. So when other neighbors can talk about the buzz, we hear the buzz daily. I think 632 is a good number to talk about. 632 is the number of people that signed a petition saying they don't want this. So I was extremely disappointed last week to hear that 2 of the trustees voted for the rezone without hearing a single neighbor speak. You know who you are. 2 of you voted.
Derek, just so the record is cleared, we haven't taken a vote yet.
Okay, well, it sounded like 2 of them voted for it.
No, we have not taken a vote yet. A motion was made and it was seconded, but we have not yet voted.
Okay. Well, in any case, the traffic study is kind of, people have talked about that already, but I believe that study was done on a Wednesday and Thursday before Labor Day weekend. We live on Apple Tree Lane, and people fly through here like they're driving a NASCAR race. So there is a lot of speed, there's a lot of traffic, and it's only going to get worse, as a lot of the concerned citizens have already talked about. I don't see what benefit whatsoever this is going to have to the community. I'm for affordable housing, but can we put it somewhere where the people can get train access, bus access, somewhere where it's not directly by a power lines and a substation, somewhere better than where it is now. The property's been open for 19 years, but it hasn't been for sale for 19 years. The citizens have kind of spoken on this. It's not a 50-50 thing. If you look at that map associated with the 632 people that signed against us, they're all right here. The people I've heard that are for it don't live around here. So that's really what I had to say. I hope you take in consideration the citizens that you represent and vote against this rezone. I like my wife, who's a lot more eloquent than I am, to have a chance to speak as well. Renee Zerba.
Go ahead, Renee.
Okay, thank you. My name is Renee Zerba. I've lived in Arlington Heights for almost 20 years, and I take tremendous pride living in this community. I started working at the age of 12 years old to put myself through school and to work hard to buy a home for my family in Arlington Heights to raise my family. In fact, my undergraduate college graduation lunch was at Zofia's restaurant at the property in question. I'm disheartened that my street, Apple Tree Lane, has not been assessed as part of the traffic study. Similarly, as others have mentioned, many people are not back in the office due to the pandemic. We couldn't even have today's meeting in person due to the pandemic. The traffic study should be evaluated after January 2022, when a lot more people are back into the office, when a lot of employers are asking employees to come back to the office after the first of the year. I don't think this is an accurate representation of a 2-day traffic study during the summer months. Lastly, the lack of transparency with this project is also disheartening. I'm probably one of the residents that's most impacted by this development. As Derek already mentioned, we live directly behind the substation next to this development. And I learned that there's going to be a retention pond that's essentially going to be built in my backyard next to the ComEd substation, where there's already a lot of flooding and water issues. I don't know how this is going to work, but hopefully the engineers and those who are at that level can assess that and make sure it's safe for the community. What I'm most discouraged about is that I never received an email, text, or phone call or anything to inform me that this project is underway. Jake and his team can create all the beautiful PowerPoints that they want to show timelines that, you know, residents were informed. They weren't informed. Whatever PR firm they hired didn't send me a notification that this project was underway. Otherwise, I would have been in person to show my opinion on the project. As a taxpayer of almost 20 years to the village of Arlington Heights, I would request that the board vote no to rezoning of this property. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
All right, thanks, Renee. Next, I've got Connie or David. I don't know. Could you just identify your full name, please? And then Keith Moons.
My name is Connie David, and I ask you to please vote no on rezoning 310 Rand Road. Thank you.
Connie, I have to congratulate you. Very, very well done. Thank you. Then Keith Moons and Marge Kay.
Thank you, President Hayes. My name is Keith Moons. I'm from Arlington Heights. I would ask that the board please pass this motion to approve Crescent Place. You know, I do agree with my neighbors, you know, regarding the board's fiduciary responsibility, but I think that responsibility extends to what is the best for the most residents in Arlington Heights. So President Hayes, I'd ask that you consider that according to the recent US Census, the median income in Arlington Heights is $96,000 per household. And there are about 31,000 households in Arlington Heights. That means 15,500 households earn above and 15,500 households earn below that $96,000 per year per household. Also, that Census Bureau states that the per capita income in Arlington Heights is about 51,500. Crescent Place would support about half of all households in our village. These are hardworking folks that earn about the per capita income of 51,500. They are not criminals. They don't need an on-site babysitter. I think it would be difficult to label half of our village households as criminals or needing babysitters. HTG has secured the financing, President Hayes, for this project in order to focus on this rental market segment. And it is a large and viable rental market segment. In my opinion, the comprehensive plan, I guess it is, has given us 20 years of a vacant lot. And we can develop this vacant lot now that would benefit half of all Arlington Heights household. It seems to be there should be no doubt in passing this motion. So please pass the motion to approve Crescent Place. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moons. And then next is Marge Kay. You're going to have to give us your last name. And then next is someone identified as Arlington Heights resident, which could be 77,000 people.
Hello,
Go ahead, Marge. Give us your last name if you would.
my name is Marge Caperni. I live on Apple Tree Lane, actually across from Ray and Derek Serba. And yes, I am not in favor of this. And my concern goes to what a detective, retired policeman last week talked about, and that there is always an uptick in police activity when we get low or affordable housing in an area. I've talked to many people from many different areas, and they've all had the same experience in their communities, where there was little to no crime, and then the crime started going up when this type of housing came in. Also, the fact that Jake could not guarantee in any way that if the terms of the leases were not held, that they could be easily evicted. Maybe if they weren't paying, but if more people were living in a unit than were supposed to, it would take ages and detectives to prove that this was being misused. We don't need that kind of headache in the area. Finally, I just want to make a comment that last week, Trustee Tinaglia said something to the effect that he feels he has to address all of Arlington Heights, not just our small segment. And I found that disturbing insofar as when I pay my taxes, I don't pay for Buffalo Grove High School, Thomas Junior High, Ivy Hill, for the water that my block uses. I pay for all of Arlington Heights, all of District 25, 214, and all of that wonderful library everybody talks about. Therefore, I feel that you have to look to the community that is objecting, that lives with this issue, not people that are living a half a mile away. And finally, trustees, thank you for your service, but before you vote, really look into your hearts. And if this community was a half a block from where you live, how would you feel about it? Are you willing to take the gamble that everything will be as nice and as rosy as they say it will? I'm sorry, I ran away from all the apartments in Chicago to have a nice community in a grassy suburban
Yard.
with yards. Yes, I thought yards were the greatest thing on earth. They weren't concrete. So I'm being crushed by apartments. And I just feel that after living here for 49 years, my neighborhood is just going away on me. So thank you for listening, and thank you for your service again. And I vote no.
All right. Thanks, Marge. Next is Arlington Heights resident. If you'd give us your name, please. And then last 4 digits of a phone number is next 0195. Do we have that Arlington Heights resident? Go ahead.
We vote no.
Okay, can we get your name? All right, let's move on to phone number 0195, last 4 digits. And then Marie Lewison.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, give us your name, please.
Oh, this is Gail Gallster, and my husband's going to speak too. So I had to dial in on the phone because we had a problem with the computer again. Anyway, in the village planning documents, the need to redevelop rather than rezone the limited amount of existing commercial properties is evident. I want to point out that the village board commissioned a study on the Rand Road corridor in 2016 because this is a district that has provided significant amounts of sales tax revenue and employment opportunities to the village. The result was a proposal to market this area as Uptown Arlington Heights. Beautification efforts were recommended, including landscape medians and walking paths. There would be Uptown Arlington Heights signposts throughout and gateway signs at the various entrances to the corridor. Keep in mind that Rand and Chestnut is the gateway to one of the gateways to the corridor. Trustee Bertucci was insightful in stating his concern that the village may be premature in converting this commercial site to residential. The response regarding what is residential was misleading. Mr. Perkins discussed it again today in terms of square footage and lots of detail with the chart, but this is my experience. Arlington Plaza, which I walk by periodically, has one storefront that is vacant, and that's the raceway that just couldn't get off it was a raceway and hobby shop that couldn't get off the ground due to COVID. Arlington Annex across the street is bustling and full or almost full. Town and Country just added Amazon Fresh and Raising Cane's, and there will be even more commercial interest. Traditional retail may be waning, but the right combination of vision, marketing, and the willingness to redevelop commercial property can result in a thriving commercial district once again. Mr. Bertucci also asked if the property has been marketed. At some point, Trustee Canty stated, the market has spoken and it has resoundingly said no to this commercial site. I'm not going to go into the details again because it's already been mentioned. It was not for sale most of the 20 years. And when it was for sale in 2007 for a few years, the price tag was $2.6 million. It appears that there was no sincere effort on the part of the owner to sell that property.
Gail, finish your thoughts, please.
It can't be failed commercial property. While I laud the village planning department as well as the village board for the exceptional vision they've exhibited most of the time, this one has been a miss on many counts. If you excise one of the proposed gateways to uptown Arlington Heights,
Gail, please finish your thought.
I'm done, and I'm going to turn you over to Sheldon. Hold on.
Good evening. I want to make, I think, a clarification. As someone said that the developer is having a large investment in this, it's my understanding that the $60 million project is funded by the state of Illinois of $15 million and Cook County for $1 million. I don't see any investment by HTG at all. So he has no risk from what I could see. Now, I may be wrong on that, but that's how I read this. So what I really want to talk about is traffic studies. And I want to give my credentials. I'm not a traffic engineer. However, I have master's work done in operational research and queuing theory from Purdue University. And as your packet shows, you had 2 studies done. One was a 1-day study, one was a 2-day study. In fact, there was a camera up for a 3rd day, and why that information wasn't presented, I don't know. In that study, in the second study, Mr. Zuniman said, oh, there was just a slight uptick in traffic. Well, if you really look at the numbers, there was a dramatic increase in traffic, up to 150% on some of the streams that were thing. And there were some that were 11%. Most of them were 60%, 80%, 100%, 90%. So the residents had complained about that and saying the study was invalid, and they were actually right. In all cases, the number of requests for service, which is cars entering an intersection, increased, yet the wait time to be serviced in some cases decreased. This is actually inconsistent with the outcome, what the expected outcome should have been with respect to queuing theory. The only reasonable explanation I can give for that is the data points used were not copacetic. It's not that the data was not accurate. By all means, it was. The cameras don't lie. However, the fact that only 2 samples were used is statistically invalid. For example, if I tossed a coin twice and it came up heads both times, which is a 25% probability, using that same logic as the engineers did, you would have to conclude that heads would come up 100% of the time that the coin was tossed. And we all know that is not true. If the standard operating procedure for traffic studies is this statistically unsound, then it's no wonder that there are traffic nightmares everywhere. The traffic volumes are probably still understated because many people are still working from home. And as one person said, it was done before the Labor Day holiday when people are still on vacation. Another issue, the studies were done under ideal driving conditions, no inclement weather in the summer. And we know that when there's inclement weather, i.e. like snow or rain, it takes longer to initiate a movement of a car to make a turn. The modern intersections, even with the faultless studies, showed poor ratings and got worse in future years. With the new traffic study, they did not project what those would be. But the old study, just on 1 day, had ratings of F in there.
Sheldon, please finish your thoughts as well.
Okay, I will do that, sir. The engineers made a guess on how much traffic would come out of the complex, but they based it on national statistics, where I don't believe those statistics look into the fact that there is zero public transportation at this site. Everyone has to drive, except for those that are maybe walking to the plaza. What's the issue
Sheldon,
with
I'm going to have to
waiting?
cut you off. Thank you for your comments. All right, we're going to go on then to Marie Lundstrom and then Jen Hoffenkamp.
Good evening, Mayor and Board. My name is Marie Lundstrom. I'm an Arlington Heights resident for 39 years, residing about 2 blocks in the same home from this proposed site. In 2015, the village trustees adopted a new comprehensive plan, which was prepared, reviewed, and discussed by the public to serve as a guide to citizens, village leaders, developers, and other interested parties as to what we saw the village to be over the next 10 to 15 years. And as noted in the comprehensive plan, the village economy is a prosperous, balanced, and mature economy, having grown above national averages for more than 20 years. And the prosperity of the economy is reflected in both per capita income, household expenditures, home values, and low vacancy rates. And from commercial property, we get not only property taxes, but sales taxes, other related municipal taxes, depending on the nature of the business, as well as job creation. The comprehensive plan noted that there are very few vacant land parcels remaining to be developed, and therefore the village needs to focus on maintaining the existing balance within its economy. Once retail designated property is lost, it's gone forever. Amending the comprehensive plan and changing the zoning from commercial to multifamily residential would not be in the best interest of the village, the residents as a whole, and particularly the residents that surround this area. If you look at the resiliency of the American business spirit, as one business closes, another one opens up behind it. If you look in the annex of Arlington Center, where Trader Joe's is, you had Greg Electronics in there for a number of years. They closed up, giving way to Binny's Beverage Depot to move, already a tenant there, to move to a larger space because of their increasing sales, which means increasing sales taxes to the village. And that opening allowed Spenga to open a fitness center in the old Binny's store. The village recognized the wisdom and desirability of this property, as well as the adjacent Arlington Plaza, to remain as commercial space. If you look at our own village downtown area, it became run down and stale for a number of years. And with the concert of the business and development and government working together, you've made it a vibrant location again. We can make this area just as vibrant with business and developers working in concert. Look at the village of Wheeling. For a number of years, the land to the west of the village hall was just a rundown, basically a rundown vacant land. You had an old Wix warehouse sitting there. The village determined that the best site and use of that property was commercial, and with working in concert with commercial developers, they've made that a very vibrant area. The old Teddy's liquor store just on Rand Road has been vacant for a number of years, and today, driving by it, I was pleased to see a sign saying future home of pet suites.
Finish up if you would, Murray.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. And next is Jen Hoffenkamp and then Kathy Karavitis.
Thank you, Mayor, trustees, and staff for your time. I've been a resident for almost 5 years on Chestnut Avenue, and I moved to Arlington Heights for 3 reasons. Great schools, to have safety and security in the neighborhood I live, and to invest in a house in a community. I'm not unique. Most move here because they value education, safety, and want to invest their hard-earned money in a home. Last week, we heard from staff about the LaSalle factors and the guiding principles the trustees should consider for rezoning decisions. There were 2 that struck me, given the reasons I live here: upholding safety and implications to property values. There is no indication that I have seen or heard that would indicate the trustees have been given the information to have an understanding, much less to have appropriately considered these. So how can a vote be taken? There is absolutely a need for affordable housing, but we need to support that through looking holistically at our village and developing not just a building, but a surrounding infrastructure like trains and buses to meet the needs of all community members. We shouldn't allow a builder to dictate how we roll out affordable housing. We should have a plan on how it works best. How can we expect to be successful if we don't? The writing is on the wall. This would shove more people into an overcrowded area, an area that's riddled with power lines and lacks the infrastructure to support it. The cost of lumber and labor make for an environment where it is costly to build. The applicant relies on taxpayer-funded loans, and those loans have strings attached. It requires giving preference to tenants based on the state's mandates ahead of local residents. This is clear from the tenant selection plan submitted by the applicant, but it is unclear if anyone locally would even benefit from this opportunity. I hear the few supporters dreaming of how this will help their friends in need. With this plan, keep dreaming. The Rand Road corridor is a significant contributor to retail commercial business in the village. Staff could not indicate a time when a rezone from commercial to residential had been reversed. This action would be permanent. It would permanently reduce a main commercial center, squeezing more people into an overcrowded area. Mayor, you started the meeting talking about Arlington Al Fresco. It has been an amazing success. Why couldn't we similarly reimagine and reinvigorate the Rand Road corridor? I ask that the village continue their plan and take the actions that you have been taking to really re-envision the Rand Road corridor and make it into a world-class commercial center that it can be. Please vote no on rezoning.
Thanks, Jen. And last is Kathy Karavitis.
Hi, thank you for the time to listen to my family's vote. We've been in residents of Arlington Heights for 15 years. We vote no to rezone, and really the speaker that spoke just before me, I second everything she said. So no to rezone.
All right, thanks, Kathy. And next, we do have one more hand. That's Ray Wolverton.
Hello, this is Ray Wolverton. Good evening. I'm going to turn over my 3 minutes to my wife.
Dear Mayor and Trustees.
Mrs. Wolverton, just give us your first name if you would.
Oh, Nikki Wolverton.
Okay.
Okay, I'm losing seconds here. Dear Mayor and Trustees, we feel that the important questions were asked, but that some information and data was presented in a misleading way. For example, it has been said by a few key people that the property has been vacant for 20 years. Why would we wait another 20 before building something on it? According to Zillow, we all noticed that it was last sold. You guys kind of addressed it, but in most of the time, it sat idle. The property is currently zoned as commercial. This makes sense. The location is next to commercial properties, has an entrance on Rand. The ComEd high voltage station is an eyesore for any resident. I sent you all aerial photos. I also sent you a photo from a resident who lives right behind it, what that view looks like from their second story. We need to imagine what it looks like from the third and the fourth. It is ugly. And its original use, now going back, was commercial. Rezoning this property will cost the taxpayers plenty of dollars. We've talked about that. In addition, the $16 million that will be provided in federal funding to build the project will ultimately be paid by taxpayers. Money does not grow on trees. By keeping this land as it was originally intended, it will one day provide property tax income, sales tax income, and create jobs. This will help all Arlington Heights residents. The question was asked, has there been a good effort in helping find commercial development for this property? And the answer is no. The property was put on the market in 2019, and I do not think that because this is the first idea in the last 20 years to come up, that it's the best option. What money is this costing the builder? He is going to have one amazing return on his investment. The $16 million isn't coming out of his pocket. Please be reminded that the property, was blah, blah, blah. Okay, we won't talk about that. It makes you wonder what's going on, as it was listed for 1.5 million at one point, and it's under contract for under 800,000. An effort to make this commercial developed property must be considered first. In 2016, the village board approved a Rand corridor study. I found this on your very website, stating on the village's website, this stretch of Rand Road is a crucial retail district to the village of Arlington Heights, providing a significant amount of sales tax and employment opportunities. I believe this to be is still the truth. We have such an amazing downtown area that is built up over the years. I think there needs to eventually be a focus on doing the same on the north side. Clearly, it was a vision the village once had in 2016. After looking at the corridor beautification plan for Rand Road, you will find that very intersection, Rand and Chestnut, was planned to be one of the gateway entrances.
Finish
A
your
gateway
thought
to
if you would,
retail
Nikki.
district. Retail equals commercial zoning. Please vote no on the rezone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And we do have one more hand, that's Marzina. Would you just give us your full name, please?
Marzana Inger Mikulski, please vote no for rezoning for all the reasons stated already.
All right, thank you. All right, I have no other hands that have been raised. Let's see, no more hands. All right, we're going to go back to the village clerk then to read the comments that were submitted in advance of both meetings into the record.
The first message is from Connie and Tim Wayman. We live 2.5 blocks from the proposed Crescent Place site and strongly support its development. We are 35-plus year residents of Arlington Heights. I, Tim Wayman, am board chair of Faith Community Homes, soon to be rebranded as Family Forward, a local nonprofit organization founded in 2003. We serve low-income working families in Arlington Heights and adjacent suburbs through rental assistance, mentoring, and custom support services. We believe that those who work in and contribute to our community should have the opportunity to live in our community. Affordable housing is greatly needed for many lower-wage earners who work locally in healthcare facilities and daycare services, as teaching assistants, restaurant workers, retail and grocery store personnel, customer service specialists, and many other lesser-paying jobs. The lack of quality housing in the village can exacerbate issues such as homelessness, poor educational attainment, and mental and physical health conditions. Suburban residents benefit from racial and socioeconomic diversity through economic stimulation, better outcomes for children, and a stronger workforce with more people tied to the community. To keep the village of Arlington Heights a vibrant, inclusive, economically viable community, it is imperative that those who work for all of us can afford adequate housing. Next message is from Karen and Rich Clicky. We urge you to follow the unanimous recommendation of the Plan Commission and approved the proposed Crescent Place project. It is in keeping with the much larger adjacent apartment complex and will bring life to a plot of land that has been vacant more than 25 years. Crescent Place will show that the village is serious about diversity and inclusion. As residents of nearby Ivy Hill subdivision, we welcome new neighbors to the area. The next message is from Jonathan Mendel. Dear Village Board President and Trustees, the rezoning of 310 West Rand Road from B2 to R6 should be approved due to the simple facts of the project's applicable regulatory and procedural compliance and for the additional following reasons. 1. The R6 zoning district is a less intensive zoning district than the existing B2 zoning. Under the existing zoning, 30 dwelling units could be built, as well as up to about 40,000 square feet of a wide variety of permitted commercial uses. 2. There is an existing area of R6 zoning adjacent to the northwesterly across Chestnut Avenue, representing an orderly zoning of this area of the village. 3. This property has been vacant, an attractive nuisance, and underperforming for the village for about 2 decades. This is a good addition to the West Rand Road corridor and the village in general. Next, I have a message for Jack Scapin, but he spoke, so I'm going to pass that message.
Please.
Next is from Bonnie Boussier. Dear Board of Trustees, our names are Bonnie and Ronald Boussier of 2558 Haverhill Court. We have been residents of Arlington Heights for 43 years. We wanted to express our support for the Crescent Place development. This Board of Trustees recently approved the strategic priorities for 2022-23, and one of those was to seek and maintain attainable housing while continuing to review the affordable housing. The Crescent Place Apartments at 310 Rand Road achieves this. Next is from Daniel Carroll. Dear Board of Trustees, my name is Daniel Carroll. I have been a resident of Arlington Heights for over 40 years. I wanted to express my support for the Crescent Place development. This Board of Trustees recently approved its strategic priorities for 2022-23, and one of those was to seek and maintain attainable housing while continuing to review affordable housing strategies. The Crescent Place Apartments achieves this. Next is from Chris Farnsworth. I am a resident of Arlington Heights and live near the proposed Crescent Place site, 1 block south of Hintz and 3 blocks east of Arlington Heights Road. I am in full support of Crescent Place. I am also on the board of Faith Community Homes, and its mission is strengthening Northwest suburban families to achieve financial stability and independence through mentoring, rental assistance, and support services. The parents of our families work in public schools, big box stores, doctors' offices, insurance companies, nursing homes, etc. These families are dedicated to improving their lives and the lives of their children. Isn't this the wish of every parent? Don't they deserve an opportunity to have affordable housing? Residents who live near the area complain about traffic and density, but Stonebridge was built in 1982. Most of the residents who live around Stonebridge bought their homes after Stonebridge was built. Crescent Place is small in comparison and probably will have very little impact on resale values of current homes in the area. This project is a small step in the right direction in helping hardworking families find housing that fits within their budget. This next message is from Elizabeth Schild. I am writing in support of Crescent Heights affordable housing. I am a police social worker in a nearby suburb and can attest firsthand to the serious need for affordable attainable housing in our communities. This type of housing is the solution to reducing homelessness and housing insecurity for many individuals and families. The pandemic has significantly worsened the housing crisis. Thank you for your consideration. Next is from Laura Fry. Live for Lolly is an organization located in Arlington Heights that works with people impacted by mental health and substance use disorders, their loved ones, and the community at large. Affordable housing is one of the biggest challenges. Every human deserves the right to be housed, not only appropriately, but comfortably. COVID has introduced a whole new level of suffering. Many have lost their jobs, their homes, their health care. We need to create more opportunities with care and compassion, not put up barriers. The next message is from Trevor Dresden. I am looking to talk on the issue of the Affordable Housing Development Project on Rand Road. I have been told that I am required to send it to, I'm reading his directions. Let me read his statement. When I was 12 years old, my father passed away suddenly. This one event, without a doubt, has had the largest impact on my life than anything else in the world. My newly single mother would not have been able to continue to live in Arlington Heights, the town she had lived in her entire life, without the assistance of low-income housing programs like the one discussed tonight. I didn't know it then, but as I have grown older and understood personal finance more, it makes me deeply grateful for the fact that programs like this exist in our communities. I couldn't have imagined how much worse I would have been after my father's death if on top of that we had had to move to a different town than the one I'd known. When discussing this topic tonight, please remember that there are countless stories just like mine within these programs, and the opportunity to live in such a wonderful community that we all call home is one of the greatest gifts a struggling family can receive. Thank you for listening, and I am urging you to please do what is right for our community's families in need. Next is from Chelsea Barnes. As an agency, Live Lolly has served the Arlington Heights community for more than 10 years by providing support, education, harm reduction, and advocacy to many families impacted by substance abuse and overdose. On a daily basis, we come face to face with community members who are struggling socioeconomically, and this has been exacerbated by COVID-19. The threat of homelessness is a very real prospect to a growing number of community members due to a myriad of circumstances linked to poverty, job loss, limited ability to find sustainable work due to being immunocompromised, domestic violence, medical issues, justice involvement, and the list goes on. Without sustainable, subsidized housing available to community members, the entire community suffers economically. For example, when people are homeless, emergency departments are frequented due to folks having nowhere to go in the middle of the night. We, the taxpayers, fund that. All in all, without a home, families are threatened with losing hope, dignity, and a pathway to healing. Arlington Heights ought to continue to lead in its responses to the socioeconomic crisis we face. It's the right and ethical thing to do. If not now, when? If not us, who? Next is from Jane Drezen. I am writing to you in support of the Crescent Place development. I am aware there are over 600 signatures on a petition against this affordable housing development. This is so disheartening to me as a community member of Arlington Heights for over 55 years. Yes, I was 6 months old when I moved in. I know there are people stating, not in my backyard, increased violence, increased drugs, who knows what other negativity the residents are feeling. But the truth is so many of the occupants of affordable housing are residents just like you and me. And to be honest, my children, Trevor and Emma, and I were once one of those people 13 years ago. After I lost my husband, my income was that of an affordable housing recipient. Yes, me, a working woman in Arlington Heights. If I did not have the support and means from my family, I would have been looking for an affordable unit to raise my children in the community where they were born, and this would not have been possible, as Arlington Heights has no options for those people just like me. I truly hope you will consider approving this complex so people with circumstances like mine can continue to live in our amazing community, not to mention to store workers wanting to live on their own, wanting to get out of their parents' basements, give our working class in Arlington Heights a chance to live in their community and grow as individuals, as well as community nonprofit organizations like Faith Community Homes, mentoring low-income families to financial stability. They all deserve a place to call home. Next is from Chris O'Hara. I am writing in support of the affordable housing opportunity. I think this is sorely needed. Affordable housing is harder and harder to find. Inflation is only getting worse. Long-term sustainability and savings are at risk. I think this is a quality project. I really hope you will consider my thoughts on this. People losing their housing leads to loss of employment. It also leads to increased health issues. Children who have homework need a safe place to study as well. This investment stabilizes the community in a multiple of ways. During a pandemic, there needs to be a true sense of community. Thanks for your support. So I'm just going to take a drink. The next message is from Jessica Berzek. Council members, I am writing today to advocate strongly for Crescent Place. High-quality housing opportunities are critically needed throughout the village, and this project is exactly that. As evidenced by the support of your highly capable and experienced staff, the Housing Commission, and the Plan Commission, Crescent Place will be an incredible asset to Arlington Heights. In addition to my voice of support, I also ask that you consider the countless residents who are currently working, caring for children, responding to pandemic quarantines, and who simply do not have the privilege of extra time to be here and voice their own needs, a sad but fundamental flaw of the community engagement process. I assure you there are hundreds and hundreds of those families, individuals living with a disability or older persons who echo my support for Crescent Place. There is a critical shortage of housing in Arlington Heights, and this project will help move the needle in the right direction. Next message is from Abigail Stone, and she is on the executive committee of the Board of Directors of the Alliance to End Homelessness in suburban Cook County. She is also on the board of SHPA, Supporting Housing Providers of America, and of Connections for the Homeless. I want to express my support for Crescent Place development. There is clearly not enough affordable housing, and all of the challenges that have arisen from the pandemic, including the especially work shutdowns, job loss, and lost wages from battling sickness and quarantine, and so much more, have made that evident for most people. Many hardworking people have found themselves in previously unimaginable, difficult circumstances. It only makes sense to expand affordable housing at every opportunity, as we are all striving to recover from the varied adverse effects of the pandemic. So I humbly ask for your approval and acceptance of this development, as it is the humane response to all that the pandemic has thrust upon us. Lastly, approval of this development is in line with your stated strategic priorities for 2022-23. Thank you for your time and attention to this critical matter. Next is from Christy Wessel. Good afternoon. We are writing to you in support of the Crescent Heights project. As we all know, incomes have not kept up with housing increases. Both the state and federal government are recognizing the needs of the housing for working class and are now offering tax credits for nonprofit developers to increase their capacity and provide more housing. Employers that are paying under $21 per hour are finding themselves struggling to find workers. The fact is, workers are struggling to find workforce housing they can afford. The affordable housing complexes we're speaking of are built to fit in a community. They're built with a green lens, and their contemporary architecture is something to be proud of and that anyone would be envious of. We're hoping Arlington Heights will approve this project and welcome new opportunities that may present now and in the future. Next message is from Erin Carney. She works for Live for Lolly, an Arlington Heights-based nonprofit that serves people with mental health and substance abuse disorders and those who love them. By strengthening family resiliency and connecting people with resources, support, and treatment, we also serve the community at large. I want to express my support for the Crescent Place development. Affordable housing was one of the most important and consistent indicators of success for people struggling with homelessness, people with disabilities, veterans, people in recovery, and more. For those transitioning back to the community from prison or jail, access to stable housing reduces recidivism rates, thus reducing crime in the area. In a time when treatment, social services, and employment is unstable, inconsistent, and challenging for everyone, affordable housing is a lifeline that will keep families from ending up on the street amidst multiple concurring emergencies. So many have lost their jobs, their livelihoods, and their social support. Please consider the impact this Crescent Place development will have on the lives of people who currently have nowhere to go. We need to lower our barriers, not continue to put up more. Thank you for your consideration. The next message is from Lori Granowy. I live on the 200 South block of Vale Avenue and am co-president of the Housing Task Force, an organization whose goal is to increase the availability of supportive housing for those living with mental illness. Our board consists of 11 volunteers, and we do our work with the help of numerous other community volunteers. I am also a strong advocate of affordable housing. I was proud of the board when the decision was made to require a minimum % of affordable housing in new housing developments, and I hope you continue to persist in your beliefs. I live within a half mile of Parkview and am happy to be able to say there is affordable housing near me. There are many reasons that this is needed. There are a number of jobs, including certified nurse, which would meet the income levels proposed by Crescent Place. I counted 6 assisted living facilities here in Arlington Heights, which all hire a number of certified nurses. Not surprisingly, having affordable housing is good for residents' mental health. Who wouldn't want to have better mental health if they have a safe, attractive, affordable place to call home? Also, not surprisingly, families who are not burdened by rent spend a greater share of their income on health care. They don't have to choose between food and a doctor. 2,235 white residents in Arlington Heights are reported to be living at the poverty level, with 3.97% of the overall population living in poverty. Most importantly, this is the right thing to do. We have families in Arlington Heights who need our help. Let's give it to them. I'd also like to thank the village staff for the thought, time, and effort they put into addressing local residents' concerns. Next is from Philip Geyer. I attended the meeting of 9:20 on Zoom. I appreciate the opportunity for people to give their opinions on Zoom. I understand that no people are concerned about Crescent Place adding to an already difficult issue of parking and getting in out of the neighborhood by car. As much as I understand this, I cannot reconcile that concern given that these issues appear to be there already, that this is a legitimate reason to deny citizens of Arlington Heights the chance to live in an affordable and well-planned housing option. I think that the transportation issues call for the village to study ways to make this situation better by addressing specific difficulties as the village would deal with transportation issues of any of the neighborhoods in the village. I hope that the needs of the working people prevail over the issues of parking and driving, and would like to see a determination to approve the Crescent Place project. I will be following this on Zoom meeting of the 27th and thank the council for trying to make democracy work in our village. Next message is from Christine Organ. I am writing to express support for the zoning variance necessary for Crescent Place to proceed and to support the requests made by Shelter Inc. to expand the scope of its residency option. Next message is from Sue Olaric. As a 34-year resident of Arlington Heights and director of multifamily construction for a large general contractor, I strongly recommend the board approve the Crescent Place project. It's a quality project by an experienced developer, which will greatly improve the area. It will also provide some much-needed affordable housing in the village. Let's not be hypocritical and say we want to provide affordable housing, but then throw up roadblocks when we have an opportunity to do so. The next message is from Mark Edelman. He has been a resident for 28 years. I wanted to express my support for the Crescent Place development. The Board of Trustees recently approved its strategic priorities for 22-23, and one of those was to seek and maintain attainable affordable housing while continue to review affordable housing strategies. The Crescent Place Apartments at 310 Rand Road achieves this. With prices having risen dramatically since we moved here, a home purchase or even renting an apartment is out of reach for so many who are working full-time, yet cannot seem to afford a place to live here. You can't say Arlington Heights is a welcoming or open community while many find prices out of reach. The next message is from Alice Stepanek. I'm writing this to vote no on the rezoning of the 310 West Rand Road area. It is one of the most dangerous intersections there is. I never use it for that reason. Too many people have been in accidents there. I know a man that was killed there. I fear that if you put in low-income housing, you will put at risk people walking across the street and their lives potentially at risk. There is no light or crosswalk, and there are just too many people already crammed into using it to get into their neighborhood. It is horribly dangerous. The next message is from Roger Berg. Arlington Heights does not need low-cost housing. I respectfully request you vote against the zoning for low-cost housing currently being considered. The next message is from Priscilla Mortland. As a homeowner in Arlington Heights, I would like to recommend the Village Board of Trustees approve Crescent Place to reclassify the subject property from commercial to moderate density multifamily rezoning of the subject property to R6 multiple family dwelling. Affordable housing is beneficial to the village and its residents. Let's get this done. The next message is from Tricia Rich. I am fully in support of building Crescent Place in Arlington Heights. Many of us in the northwest suburbs have plenty, a house, a good paying job, health care. We therefore should reach out and build housing for those who have less. It will only enrich our village, not detract from it. The next message is from Mary Kay Walsh. I am an Arlington Heights resident who is writing to encourage you to vote for Crescent Place. The need for this kind of housing is self-evident. Please vote yes. Next message is from Sandra Lynn Borso. Greetings to the mayor and trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to vote my support for the Crescent Place proposal. I am a longtime resident who believes it strengthens our community when people of all income levels live and work here. Most importantly, by approving Crescent Place, Arlington Heights is making a clear statement that we won't settle for anything but the best for all our residents. The developer has proposed outstanding features for the building and has met all the requirements of the staff. The village can be proud that it pays equal attention to the quality for new $1 million townhouses and to the affordable housing building. Thank you for your support of this development. Next message is from Karen Stern. Good day. Thank you for listening. I have lived at 2611 North Chestnut since 2018. Earlier this year, a land issue was brought up regarding Crescent Place at Chestnut and Rand. At the same time, a public notice was in place in front of the Rand Connector Parkway, located at 2440 North Chestnut Avenue, which has no apparent pending updates and is a beautiful space. I will certainly follow up separately regarding this space. Think public farming. Now, having listened to the issues and concern for Crescent Place, I realized that this space too is very near to me. So I listened to the 9:20 meeting and walked the 700 feet to review and assess the space. While I do have a concern with the traffic flow, it's a good plan. The traffic directly in front of my house will increase greatly. This is not a collector street, yet the flow would certainly increase. I would recommend that North Chestnut south of Applegate is a one-way only to exit on Rand, where only right turns are permitted. If not changed, I will likely pursue a speed reduction or not as a thoroughfare designation. The next comment is from Ann Shibayama. Arlington Heights Trustees, we live in a wonderful village that talks about diversity. With voting yes for Crescent Place, maybe we can finally act and work towards income diversity as well as possibly racial diversity. Thank you for considering this. The next message is from Jean Walker. I want to give my support to the Crescent Place project. It is highly important to have affordable housing for people who are working in our community. Tomorrow, please vote yes. The next message is from Barb Taylor. Dear Ms. Hume, as a member of an entire Arlington Heights congregation, a retired teacher from Arlington Heights School District 25, and a tutor of many Arlington Heights children, I have served Arlington Heights for over 36 years and am invested in its continued success. As an educator, I value research and seek to gather fact-based data to formulate my opinions. A good balanced article that addresses the impact of affordable housing on the property values of the surrounding area is found in Don't Put It Here, Does Affordable Housing Cause Nearby Property Levels to Decline? From the Center for Housing Policy Insights from Housing Policy Research. I understand the concerns of residents who want to protect their investment in their homes. I understand the homeowners depend on home equity to provide resources for retirement or to finance a child's education. But what does the research reveal? The conclusion of studies is that affordable housing is more likely to either have no impact or a positive impact on the surrounding home prices when located in strong neighborhoods. That is, higher value, lower poverty neighborhoods. The results also suggest that the type of affordable housing matters less than the quality of the property's design, management, and maintenance. The bottom line of the analysis of numerous studies is that there is very little evidence, no evidence, of significant negative effects from affordable housing that communities fear. She provides the link to the article. I would urge the Arlington Heights trustees as well as Arlington Heights residents to develop a greater understanding and appreciation of the evidence that affordable housing will provide a positive effect on the community. Thank you for your consideration. Next message is from Ann McClure. Hi, just wanted to share a comment on affordable housing in Arlington Heights. My husband and I both grew up in AH and attended AH public schools. When we got married and wanted to move close to family, we looked into affordable housing resources and support in the village. We were well-educated, hardworking, and responsible, but we had chosen to get married and start a family in our early 20s, and we elected to become a single-income family so we could care for our kids at home. We ended up in Palatine and Mount Prospect for several years, then out of state, and now we live in AH near Lake Arlington. Just wanted to share that as an example of the kinds of families who could be looking for affordable housing. I think the assumptions or stereotypes are worth challenging here, and it's valuable to make room for different perspectives in our community. The next message is from Juliet Bergner. I am unable to attend the special meeting of the Village Board tomorrow evening, but I would like to share my views. My name is Juliet Bergner. I live at 201 North Vale in downtown Arlington Heights. A few years ago, it was proposed that an apartment building be built next to our building in a vacant lot on Eastman and Dutton. It was to include between 15 and 45% affordable housing. There was much opposition to the building for various reasons, including blocking our view of the park, increase in traffic, difficulty with trucks loading and unloading from the new building, and an influx of those kind of people. The building was built and it actually is very attractive. I'm not sure how much of the housing ended up being affordable, but different kinds of people moved in and we have had no problems. Traffic and congestion around the building have not been an issue. Yes, the view of the park was blocked for some of our residents, but they've gotten over it. There are many people who work in the village who cannot afford to live here. It's my opinion that we need to provide housing for these hardworking people. It seems the only equitable thing to do. It especially seems proper for the village to okay this construction on a lot that has been empty for 20 years. Seems to me it is a win-win situation for the village and ultimately the taxpayers and for the people who will be able to live close to their work. The next message is from Michael Stepanek. Please vote no on rezoning 310 West Rand Road into a multi-unit apartment building. I live at 2509 North Walnut Avenue, and I experience a lot of traffic congesting our neighborhood as Chestnut goes north from Rand. I believe traffic apps consider our neighborhood a convenient cut-through to avoid the Rand-Arlington Heights Road intersection. Adding more vehicles from another apartment building to that equation would only make matters worse. In my neighborhood, we are also aware that we now experience many fleet Amazon trucks southbound to Rand as well. It also seems that Hintz is more highly trafficked than it was a few years ago, and now it is proposed to expose this area to even more possible vehicles by adding yet another apartment building. Just going southbound to Frontier Park for recreational activities with my 7-year-old son is an adventure in patience and fear just to get across Rand Road toward the park. We have a great neighborhood where people know each other well, with lots of dogs, children, scooters, and bicycles on the streets and sidewalks practically all the time. Please don't endanger this piece by adding to the density of an already congested area along northbound Chestnut through to Hintz. Please vote no on this rezoning. The next message is from Jan Tossman. Dear trustees, I humbly ask that you vote yes for affordable housing in Arlington Heights. I am an Arlington Heights resident living in the Ivy Hill East neighborhood. I am blessed to be able to live in a nice home in a safe area. I feel that everyone should have the same ability to live comfortably in a neighborhood that offers them so much, like fine schools, public transportation, beautiful parks and recreation facilities, and much more. Some people are not as fortunate as others for a variety of circumstances, often not of their making. Let's demonstrate compassion for those seeking a better life for themselves and their children by providing this amazing, life-changing opportunity. Let's show them that Arlington Heights is a village that truly cares. I thank you in advance for doing the right thing. Next message is from Amy Jericho. Over the past year and since the last election, I have been watching what has been happening with affordable housing. I can share a little of my story, however. She says she wishes to remain anonymous, so I'm not sure how to proceed with that.
Oh, she
So
doesn't
she's,
want us to read her name.
yeah, I read her name in the beginning, sadly, before reading her notes. So I'm going to keep that part of her letter private. I'll share it with the trustees separately, but she asked that you vote yes.
Okay, sounds good.
This message is from George Shibayama. I support the Crescent Place project as I believe it is in Arlington Heights' interest to develop more affordable housing to meet the need. I'm a resident of Arlington Heights. The next message is from Cynthia Greenwood. As a longtime member of Southminster Presbyterian Church and its Faith in Action team in Arlington Heights, I strongly urge you to vote yes on the Crescent Place project. As the board has stated in the past, it is important to have affordable housing in our village so that the people who work here and desire good schools and parks and safe surroundings for their children are able to access these things. As people of faith, we are told to do justice, show kindness, and walk humbly with our God. Crescent Place offers us an opportunity to embrace people who may be having a rough time making ends meet, especially during COVID-19. I believe that our neighbors who are against this project and claim that it will result in lower property values, more crime, and more congestion are just thinking of themselves. Also, saying that those on the lower end of the economic scale are criminals is an ignorant and terrible supposition. Trustees, I ask you to please follow your better angels and vote yes on Crescent Place. The next message is from Wendy Dunnington. President Hayes and Village Trustees, I am asking you to vote yes for the rezoning of the proposed Crescent Place development. The developer has shown that the development will not have an impact on traffic in the area, and the development will not put a burden on our local schools. In addition, the market has already revealed that a commercial tenant is not interested in this property because the property has long sat vacant. There are a lot of misconceptions about affordable housing. Please don't let fear and misinformation keep this well-designed development from being approved because there is a great need for affordable housing. The next message is from Allison Anderson. The Village of Arlington Heights has an opportunity to develop vacant land, provide good housing for renters, and generate property tax revenue. I support rezoning the property at 310 West Rand Road and building the proposed Crescent Place apartments. The property has been vacant almost 20 years and currently not generating good tax revenue. There is no interest in this as a commercial property. Rezoning this property would generate additional tax income, about $50,000 plus per year, and the 40 households would generate economic activity at area restaurants, stores, and businesses. Crescent Place is a well-thought-out, beautiful project. The developers are respected and reputable. They've secured grants from Cook County and the state to fund the project, and themselves are making a multi-million-dollar investment in this property and are committed to its success. The village has stated goals of encouraging quality developments and including affordable housing units in those projects. This development meets and exceeds those goals. The village's plan commission studied this proposal extensively and voted to recommend it. IDOT and KLOA studies determined that the new apartments would not significantly increase area traffic. If a problem with traffic arises, it can be addressed. The intended residents are our neighbors and co-workers, people who work in Arlington Heights but cannot afford to live in local apartments such as Stonebridge, whose rents start at $1,500 a month. Crescent Place would provide more housing options for the many people in our village that are either single income or cannot afford the high rent in our area. Let's be the city of good neighbors and support excellent projects such as this. I favor rezoning this parcel of land. Village trustees need to consider the overall needs of all citizens in Arlington Heights and promote projects that make economic sense. The next message is from Dwayne Anderson. Let me state up front that I and a number of my neighbors are highly supportive of the Crescent Place apartment complex. We think this is an excellent opportunity for our village to bring affordable housing closer to reality in the north end of Arlington Heights. The developer has demonstrated a willingness to work with the village and has very obviously invested a lot of time and planning in this proposal. In addition, millions of dollars will be invested to build it. I think we as a village would be hard-pressed to find a developer to reinvent this parcel better than the proposal before us. I find it insulting for my NIMBY neighbors to lay claim to so many unfounded negatives: burdened schools, increased crime, worse traffic, evictions, etc. I do not treat these comments seriously because they are based on presumptions held by ill-advised individuals. For that matter, according to them and their reasoning, I should have complained about two of my neighbors in my exclusively residential neighborhood. Each family lays claims to 6 children. Relative to my one-child family, I can consider these 2 families a burden to the schools, not to mention the excess traffic on my street. However, just to be clear to the naysayers, we welcome and embrace these neighbors as any other neighbor, and they certainly have the right to reciprocate their opinions of me. We call ourselves a village, but in reality, we operate like a small city. Vibrant cities have multi-unit housing, economic diversity, and multicultural neighbors. A small project such as this proposal would embrace our commitment to be a city of good neighbors without being exclusively burdensome. To conclude, I respect and appreciate the public forum to express thoughts on how our village evolves. I strongly believe this proposal has more benefits than costs and should be embraced as an enhancement to our village. Next message is from Alice Sylvester. The neighbors would like to correct a mischaracterization of the status of 310 Rand Road. In the village staff presentation last week, they suggested the site had stood vacant for 20 years. However, according to Zillow, it was last sold in 2002 and not put up for sale until 2019. So it has only been on the market for 3 years, almost 2 of which were pandemic years. This cannot be the only property in Arlington Heights to be available for the last 3 years. Also, the village is unaware of any marketing of the property being done by the owners, nor has the village done any marketing of the site. To characterize this property as undesirable after such a short time is wrong. Please vote no on rezoning and give this property a chance to be something that advantages the neighborhood. The next message is from Robin Paul. As a 35-year resident of Arlington Heights, retired local teacher, and active community volunteer, I wish to register my support for the Crescent Place project. Our village is in need of affordable housing, and Crescent Place will fulfill some of that need. Crescent Place will provide safe, affordable housing for our seniors, those who work in the service industry, and others who wish to live in our fine city of good neighbors. A great deal of misinformation has been propagated among those living near the development. Fear of the unknown should not eclipse our village's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Please support the development of Crescent Place tonight, September 27th. It's time for Arlington Heights to step up and recognize the needs of the unempowered in our village. The next message is from Kathy Godonis. I am writing to urge the village board to continue to embrace the concept of affordable housing in Arlington Heights and to vote yes tonight on Crescent Place. My support of Crescent Place stems from several perspectives. First, as a licensed clinical social worker who has practiced for 20 years in the northwest suburbs, including offering sliding scale counseling at several churches in Arlington Heights, I am very aware that there are some in the community who struggle to make ends meet. These financial struggles often contribute to mental health issues and make it difficult for residents to provide a safe, nurturing environment for their families. I believe that having access to affordable housing greatly decreases family stress and increases mental health as well as community well-being. Secondly, as a longtime and current member of an Arlington Heights church, I believe that we are called to welcome all people and to help to provide a loving, inclusive environment in which to live and work. My faith says that loving others, regardless of financial, mental, or emotional well-being, should guide my opinions and decisions. I believe affordable housing like Crescent Place will go a long way to eradicating some of the judgment and bias that those less fortunate often encounter. Additionally, Crescent Place will provide those working in the Arlington Heights entities easier access to their jobs and help close the gap that often divides neighborhoods. Lastly, I was fortunate to raise my own daughter in Arlington Heights and lived in the community for over 25 years, taking advantage of the many wonderful community resources, including District 25 and 214 schools, the Park District, holiday parades, and downtown events. My blessings, however, only accentuate my awareness that there are others who cannot afford the same access to community resources and deserve to have them. I can only imagine a more robust and vibrant community because of affordable housing. I urge the village board to proceed with the building of Crescent Place. Next message is from Rick and Kathy Flieger. We are in favor of building Crescent Place on Rand Road in Arlington Heights. We believe affordable housing is needed in Arlington Heights. The size and location of this proposed property appears appropriate for this project. The next message is from Margaret Wolak. She sends this email on behalf of Gosha Olzansky. She's one of the 632 residents who originally signed the no rezone petition. I live with my husband and 2 kids less than a half a mile away from the proposed investment. We teach our children, 10 and 8, that we the people matter, that we the people have a voice. We take our kids to the voting booth during elections. We choose trustees that should, in all cases, exercise their judgment and perform their duties for the sole benefit of the citizens of the village of Arlington Heights. I'm also the one that took many hours to prepare the map showing where most of the votes no are coming from, 0.7 miles from the site, or 0 to 0.7 miles from the site. You all received the map. You cannot unsee it. Please cast your vote carefully because we the people will be directly affected by your decision. 2 supporters that spoke last Monday versus 21 that spoke against live several blocks away. Please vote no to rezone. We the people are in the process of seeking counsel to stop this investment. The next message is from Kasia Romanowski. Please vote no to the rezone. Next message is from Arthur Romanowski. Please vote no to rezone the lot at Rand Road and Chestnut Avenue. The next message is from David Romanowski. Please vote no to the rezone. The next message is from Melissa Wright. I am writing in support of the Crescent Place Affordable Housing Complex. This is a development that is much needed in our community and should have been done much sooner. It allows families who work in our area to be able to actually live and learn and stay in the community. This makes the village a more well-rounded, inviting community. I have been immensely frustrated that the board and village management have put into place a way for builders to pay to get out of the affordable housing requirements when building, but also that the payment amount has been drastically reduced to make the project feasible. Basically, the builder just has to complain that they are not making as big a profit as hoped, and the village caves. What is the point of saying you have an affordable housing policy when you never enforce it? For a vibrant community, the village needs to approve housing for all of the community. Crescent Place is a small step towards making sure that the village's commitment to affordable housing is more than mere words. I urge you to support the Crescent Place complex. The next message is from Ruth Van Witzenberg. I support Crescent Place affordable housing. I recall searching for my first apartment over 50 years ago and how difficult it was for me to find something I could afford in the northwest suburbs, and I had what would be considered good employment. Arlington Heights should be a community for all and not just for the well-to-do. I live in Arlington Heights and am eager to see Crescent Place just be the first facility to be constructed, followed by more in the future. The next message is from Steve Manst. Having worked for support of Mission Juan Diego and the Holy Nation Church, it was reassuring that none of the exaggerated disastrous effects materialized, as was clear from the start due to well-planned proposals. Crescent Place will be the same, once again with vetting and management plans clearly outlined. This facility will allow workers to no longer have long commutes to work here, and some retirees with limited incomes to stay close to their old neighborhoods and services. And all the while giving good people a hand up, which, if we are honest, we all have benefited from at one time in our lives, and making a beneficial use of a blighted property is a bonus. The next message is from Jeff Pasica. I strongly urge the village to support the affordable housing initiative at Crescent Place. So many of our citizens need help, especially during the pandemic. We must not miss this opportunity to make a huge permanent difference in the lives of 40 families. They're depending on us. Next message is from Sandy Pfeiffer. I would like to encourage the Village of Arlington Heights to vote yes on the affordable housing project at Crescent Place. Those who work and serve in our community should have the opportunity to live where they work. We need these hardworking people in our community. They serve all of us and make our lives better. I believe we owe them affordable housing in Arlington Heights. Thank you. The next message is from Diane Meyer. I support the affordable housing build in Arlington Heights. The next message is from Patricia Crucius. I am writing in support of the Crescent Place affordable housing development. As a lifelong resident and nearly 34-year homeowner in Arlington Heights, I am well aware that there is great need for affordable housing in our village. This project would be a great addition to the village. It is well designed and would be a welcome opportunity for current aging residents and younger local workers to be able to live in our city of good neighbors. I am pleased that it would even be accessible. It would support the village's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion to allow this project to be built. Please vote in favor of making the required zoning changes to allow this worthy project to move forward. Thank you. Next message is from Joan Heverin. I heard, this is addressed to Mr. Perkins. I heard you speak at the Village of Arlington Heights Board Trustees meeting on September 20th. You didn't seem to know the history of the site at 310 Rand Road. That is the commercial site that is trying to be rezoned to residential. It shouldn't have been hard to find when I could locate it online. I think it's plain to see that the owner didn't list the property from 2002 to 2019. I have sent a copy of the information to all the trustees and mayor. This just came to my attention. I have shared it with my 50-plus neighbors on our email list. We will be expecting some explanation why this was not brought to light at the meeting. We expect village officials to do background information on a site before trying to rezone it. The next message is from Linda Ascott. The residents of Arlington Heights have been consistent and vehement in their opposition to an additional affordable housing project in Arlington Heights. The proposed project, entitled Crescent Place, 310 West Rand Road, will bring additional traffic woes, added burden to the school system, a designated dwelling, as this would be a detriment to the surrounding homes and thereby lessen existing home values. Arlington Heights already has a number of affordable housing units. See exhibit below. We do not need any more. Arlington Heights residents pay large taxes and expect their representatives to protect the integrity of the neighborhood. We urge you to hear clearly the voices of the residents within close proximity of this land. Please vote no to this project. She has some statistics that the total affordable apartment properties are 6, total low-income apartments are 461, and the total housing units with rental assistance are 390. Next message is from David Fasola. I would like to make a statement regarding any type of development in 310 North Rand Road. I have been living with my family in this neighborhood for over 4 years, and I drive through that corner in question, or at least I attempt to, as traffic is terrible. It is unsafe and very much time-consuming to make a left turn at Chestnut Rand intersection. Adding additional type of property on this corner will make this intersection extremely dangerous and overcrowded. We cannot let that happen. I ask trustees to fulfill their duties and support people's will, people that voted them in office. Please vote no to rezone. We do not want traffic density and financial burden to be added to our community. Those are all the written requests I received, and the deadline was 3 p.m. today. So if anything came after 3 p.m., it's not been included.
Okay, thanks, Becky. Sure. Take a drink of water.
Thank you.
Nice job. Got it done in less than an hour. So very appreciative of your good work, as always. I just want to note for the record that both Trustee Schwingbeck and Trustee Bertucci are in the room with me this evening, and they were certainly here and listening to all the comments that you read. We just did not show their smiling faces on the screen during your recitation of these comments because you were on the screen, but they were definitely here and intently listening to all of the comments that you just read. Let me, I do have 2 other hands, and I'm just going to call on these 2, and that's it. I'm not going to entertain any others. I know Ilya Fishman had her hand up earlier, and she, for some reason, dropped her hand, and so Ilya, why don't you go forward, and then there'll be one other comment, and then we're going to go back to the board. The last one is Dimitra Bubaras. So just 2 more. Go ahead, Ilya.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Thank you, Mayor. Our family is concerned that what was read today was only for the project and not against the project. That actually violates all the statistics. We talked to the neighbors. Most of the neighbors, the majority, 3/4 of the neighbors vote no. I'm not sure the people who wrote these letters are not residents of Arlington Heights, and the residents of Arlington Heights are supposed to vote, and you're supposed to represent our votes. I wanted to mention that, and thank you very much.
All right, Dimitra, go ahead.
There we go. Sorry, I joined a little bit late to the presentation, but I'd like to just make a few statements, if I may. So first, my question is, where have all these supporters been the whole time? I don't think, or I do think that it's a coincidence that we heard from them just in this last meeting. It's very easy to write in or drop your title or where you work. Conveniently, most of the people that wrote in a letter have some sort of connection with non-for-profits or housing authorities. I want to be clear that I'm not against affordable housing, but I do believe that we should vote no for this proposed site because I don't think it's the right site in Arlington Heights for this project. And I also don't believe that all these people live in the immediate area, just like my neighbor Elia just said it. And I also believe that the trustees are voices of the people. And I was taken back during the last meeting when some of your trustees who we voted for to represent us had already made a determination as to how they were going to vote, clearly by the words that they were speaking and the actions that they were taking. But I ask you to imagine, running your own business and making decisions without seeking the input from your peers or your staff. Your business will not survive or will not go very far, and you will definitely have some disengaged employees, or in this case, some disengaged residents that will not be voting for you next time around. And finally, some of the concerns that have been voiced over and over again with, myself living near this proposed site are the traffic. Countless times I've sat in that line on Chestnut to turn left when there's school buses and trucks all around me, and it becomes very dangerous and frustrating at some points. I also want you to know that last time we spoke at the last meeting last week, there was no mention of an outdoor area. If we're expecting children to live in this development, or even young adults, old adults, what have you, there is no outdoor area. They stressed all the amenities indoors that they would have. No balconies in this area for them to enjoy, again, the beautiful outdoor scenery that they're going to have. And finally, a lot of people had mentioned that it's for the residents of Arlington Heights, but let me remind you from the last meeting, this housing development is not guaranteed for our residents, for our low-income workers in Arlington Heights who work and serve in our community. It's open to a general public that will be determined who and when they will get to live in the building. So thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. There's one more hand. This is absolutely the last hand that I'm going to entertain. M, just identify yourself, please, and you are the last public comment.
That's all.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Gisela Mario Salcido voting for no. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And with that, then, I am going to close the public comment period. And we thank you for your very insightful comments and your patience as we went through this, just in response to the concern that I've been entertaining comments from people who might not live in the neighborhood or might not even live in Arlington Heights. I can't restrict the people who comment. Public comment is public comment, whether they're from Arlington Heights, from the relevant neighborhood, or from some other community. And so that's just my legal obligation, is to entertain any and all public comment. All I can do is ask names for the record. I'm not allowed to ask for addresses. And so I think the board is, myself and the board is intelligent enough to know when someone is speaking from outside of the relevant neighborhood or even outside of the community. And we do factor that into our decision, believe me. So with that, thank you for all of your public comments. And we're now going back to the board for further comment, questions, and deliberation. Just a reminder to the board that we do have a motion and a second to approve the Crescent Place development. So I would like to go to Trustee Bertucci first because he has some questions. Trustee Bertucci.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question is for Randy and or Charles. And my question is, we have various commissions that we listen to. Has the village staff asked for the Arlington Heights Economic Alliance Commission's position on the rezone?
We have not.
Why not?
The Economic Alliance does not get involved in zoning issues.
Okay, but so can you state the purpose of the Arlington Heights Economic Alliance?
Charles, do you want to? Charles is his department's the staff liaison for it. So he could probably get into more of the what they do.
Yeah, so the Alliance, I don't have it in front of me what their official code charge is, but they're to provide counsel and advice on business and economic development matters. Sometimes the board may refer to an item to the Alliance, but they when they meet on a regular basis, they do get updates on vacancy rates, trends and things of that nature.
Charles, let me ask you this. Is the Arlington Heights Economic Alliance considered a commission?
Yes, it's a commission appointed by the mayor and the board.
Okay. And when do we take matters to, explain to me again when we take matters to the Arlington Heights Economic Alliance and why this does not fit into the category of bringing it a rezone or at least a discussion to the Arlington Heights Economic Alliance Commission?
Yeah, so Trustee Bertucci, typically a zoning case would not go, or in my knowledge, has not been referred, to the Arlington Economic Alliance. There's the Plan Commission, the Design Commission, the Housing Commission, and then the Village Board. All of those, entities and boards and commissions, hold either public meetings or public hearings, on a zoning matter. To add kind of another step would be extremely cumbersome for a developer going through the zoning entitlement process.
If I could add to Trustee Bertucci, typically the Alliance in most of our commissions, we generally have some commissions that are of a regulatory nature, such as the Plan Commission, Design Commission, Board of Zoning Appeals. The others are of an advisory nature, and they talk about issues in the abstract when requested by the Village Board. And when we did a review of our commissions about a year or 2 years ago, the protocol was that those commissions would get items referred to them when requested by the Village Board, but typically those would be kind of an abstract nature. But these cases are generally go through the regulatory commissions.
Okay, it's just interesting to me that we didn't reach out to the business community and our commercial partners, business partners, when we look at rezoning from commercial to residential. So, thank you, Mayor. That's all I have at this moment.
Okay, further questions or comments from the board? Trustee Scaletta.
Thank you, Mayor. Charles, I have a couple of questions regarding the traffic study. You're familiar with both of them?
Yes.
Okay. So am I missing a key that would tell us what the letters stand for? A, B, C, D, E, F?
I believe that is towards the back of the first traffic study. I'll see if I can find it. Just give me a second.
That's the one that's 91 pages long?
Yeah, most of that is exhibits, but the first 20 or so pages, I'm just trying to see it. It is in there somewhere.
Excuse me, Charles, it's page 49 of the PDF file for the original traffic study.
All right, thank you. Let me pull that up 1 second.
I've got it open, Trustee Scaletta. I can relay the information if you'd like.
Fantastic. So let's talk about D, E, and F. What do they say?
So D is the volume to capacity ratio is high and either progression is ineffective or the cycle length is too long. Many vehicles stop and individual cycle failures are noticeable.
Okay, and E?
Progression is unfavorable. The volume to capacity ratio is high and the cycle length is long. Individual cycle failures are frequent.
F.
The volume to capacity ratio is very high. Progression is very poor and the cycle length is long. Most cycles fail to clear the queue.
Okay. And so, while a lot of the grades that were noted in both of the traffic studies, had some A's, B's, and C's. I mean, there were these glaring D's and one E and one F, right? Charles?
Yes, that's correct. I mean, existing traffic, if you look at the study and even the revised study, the level of service primarily, on eastbound left turns into the site, into Chestnut from Rand Road, pretty much level of service D currently. And then westbound, through right and left turn movements are all level of service, D, E, and projected to be F in the evening, westbound left turn lane movement.
Okay. And, granted, we're only talking about an additional 40 apartments and 80 parking spaces. Is there any reason to believe that this is going to get better?
No. We've never, tried to pretend it would improve without changes to the intersection. I think, with some commercial uses, they would be much higher traffic demand, and it actually could be worse than the proposed development.
I don't disagree with you on that, but we're talking about what we have in front of us, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so, I'm having a really difficult time with the traffic part. I mean, the rest of it, I understand. I mean, I think that it's clear that we can all agree that there's additional need for affordable housing in the northwest suburbs. I think we can all agree with that. And I think that the majority of this board was all together when we adopted an affordable housing ordinance. So the board is committed to affordable housing. But we also need to understand what it is that the development is proposing outside of the affordable housing component, really what the impact will be. And so that's why I wanted to talk about the traffic. So Charles, what's the plan then going forward? We know this is an intersection that is not going to get better. It has some grades, I don't want to call them failing grades, but some grades that are not very good and show that there's definitely a problem with traffic and circulation in that area. And the study that was completed, since they all they did was put up cameras, you would have thought that they would have given us 3 days worth of data, but they only gave us 2. So what's the planning department's plan? Let's say that this gets approved. When are you looking at this intersection again?
Well, it was, Trustee Scaletta was looked at. The consultant did do a traffic warrant study, and that was submitted to IDOT to see whether the intersection would meet warrant and whether IDOT would approve a traffic signal there. The only solution really is a traffic signal at Chestnut. And so there are 9 warrants that need to be met for a traffic signal to be justified. And the level of services that we just talked about are the AM and PM peak hours. That's not throughout the day. There's other times in the day where, there might be a car or two and you have to wait, 20 seconds, 30 seconds before it can cycle out. But those level of services that we talked about, D, E, and F, are in the morning and evening peak hour. And unfortunately, we have lots of intersections like that. So the traffic warrant study that was done, one of the warrants is that an intersection has to meet or exceed 150 vehicles per hour for 8 hours. And the study concluded that in the AM at Chestnut, the peak hour maximum was 34 vehicles per hour, and in the PM was 59 vehicles per hour. So it comes nowhere close to that 150 threshold of just one of the warrants. And looking at the technical side of the equation, the AM and PM vehicles per hour was 68. So again, doesn't meet that 150 warrant level. There are other factors that come into play, accident data, for example. So the accident data that was looked at for 5 years through 2019, so 2020 was not factored. Fairly low accident volumes, 2.4 accidents on average per year over that 5-year period from about 2015 to 2019. So unfortunately, the intersection doesn't meet warrants right now. Now, is there the ability to petition or lobby and try to get a special exception, from IDOT for a signal? That has happened on odd occasions in the past, but I can't sit here and guarantee that would happen. But that's really the only way to improve the intersection or to preclude certain movements. So, for example, preclude through movements if that's causing a significant delay, or to preclude the left turn movement. The challenge with that is it does then shift traffic somewhere else. So if you preclude a left turn movement, for example, out of Chestnut onto Rand Road, that's just going to shift all of those vehicles through the neighborhood to get to Arlington Heights Road or Rand Road, in another way. So sometimes, restricting movements, has an unintended consequence of shifting traffic elsewhere in the neighborhood.
No, I definitely agree with you on that. So when will that intersection be studied again? Let's say that this project moves forward. When would the village study that intersection again?
Well, I think, we certainly can consult with, Public Works and Engineering Division and, evaluate it again. And see if any of the data has changed in a year or two, and then present that to IDOT. But it's an IDOT street; they control and would approve any signal if it were justified.
No, I definitely understand that IDOT has a lot of control, or has all the control, really.
Right.
But I mean, Charles, before the project came forward, you've been to that intersection before, right?
I've spent a lot of time at that intersection, sitting, in the, parking lot of the apartments, observing traffic movements. I haven't been there with a counter. That's what the traffic consultant does. But, definitely been out there multiple times recently observing, yes.
Okay. Because, I think that there are, like when you mentioned that there's other places in town that have similar challenges, I would agree with you. There's some around my house. But I think the difference is that there's always another way to go. And in that area, there's really not a lot of other places to go. Don't you agree?
Yeah, it's a challenge in this area with given the angle of Rand Road. When you have angled streets and you've got the Arlington Heights Road north-south, you've got Rand Road at the angle, it creates some challenging intersections. We've seen that, at locations on, Northwest Highway, for example, as well. And so it's not your typical, lined up north, south, west, east intersection. So it creates more challenges.
There's no doubt. So you would say that if this was passed, that in about a year from now, that the village would, like on an annual basis, would continue to monitor that intersection to maybe advocate for a light?
Well, I don't know the way, we can always monitor an intersection at any time. I don't know that we'd be doing it on an annual basis. But if issues were observed or there was, more traffic observed, then, the village can commission a study and do additional studies at any time. And that was why one of the recommendations that staff added was that the developer, be committed to paying their proportionate share of any improvements of that intersection, whether it's a signal or some turn lane, movements or restrictions or other things that, might improve the situation. The way we really looked at this was, it's a challenging intersection right now. There's no denying that. Nobody's denied that. But this development, you would not add, that much more to the intersection compared to other uses that could go on that site. If this was a restaurant, a breakfast, lunch, or dinner type restaurant, it would be significantly more impactful on that intersection than what's being proposed.
Again, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm just trying to understand how we are going to move forward, because I want to make sure that, it's on our radar. We know that, there's D's, E's, and F's, and it's not going to get better. And these were all taken during a period of the pandemic. And so you have to imagine that there's still people working from home. I know quite a few people that are still working from home. And so this is not going to get better anytime soon. And when you say they're proportionate share, I understand proportionate share when it comes to like a shopping center, because it's your square footage based on the entire shopping center square footage. How do you figure out proportionate share for a developer of a 40-unit building?
There's a couple of ways it can be done. In some cases, you assign 25% of the cost of the intersection improvements to each quarter of the intersection. So that's one approach. That would be assigning a much higher percentage share to this development. The way we looked at it was, 10% of the traffic going through that intersection. That's probably high. The way we looked at it was that the developer, if the board concurred, would have to contribute 10%, their proportionate share, or 10%, whichever is highest. So the minimum, it would, realistically, it's probably going to be 10% that they would be contributing towards the cost of any improvements at that intersection if IDOT were to allow them.
Okay, and then you're saying that Stonebridge would have to put in their proportionate share?
Well, no, Stonebridge is there already. It was approved in 1968. So there's no commitment for any traffic signal improvements there. The remainder would be the village's cost. And that's typically how it's done in a signal after the fact.
Okay. So the proportionate share would be 10%. There is not going to be anything higher, right?
Correct.
Okay. We just feel like we just did a little dance there. So the village would be on the hook for 90%, correct?
Yeah, in theory, their proportionate share could be 11% or 12%, but I'm thinking their proportionate share will be less than 10%. So we've got whichever is higher. That's why I was explaining that discussion. But in theory, if everybody from that development went out at Chestnut and went no other way, maybe the peak hour impact would be a little higher than that.
If I could, Trustee Scaletta, I think what Charles is trying to say is if there is an increase if it's found that there's an increase in traffic when the pandemic is over and things get back to normal, the percentage share that this property, if approved, would be responsible for will be less than the 10% that's estimated now, because that base will go up, and then whatever traffic is generated, will be a smaller percentage. And so, as was negotiated, 10% will be the lowest value. But so either if this property generates more traffic than was estimated, then its share could go up. It probably won't be too much higher because of the factors that were stated. But it's still going to have to pay for 10%. But that remaining 90% is all based on existing conditions. And what we're saying is that the final amount is being pushed over the edge by other factors. But having existing property owners pay for a traffic signal is not something we have typically done. And, I'm sure we would hear about it from those existing property owners, whereas someone walking in the door who has that understanding walking in the door, they really can't object.
Right. Well, that's why I was trying to understand how we were going to figure out proportionate share and why we had it at 10%.
It was just an assumption on the level of traffic that the development would generate. We don't anticipate it would generate more than 10% impacts on that intersection. And the two legs of the intersection are publicly owned streets with Chestnut and Techney. So that's a little different than, say, Arlington Downs, where we have a condition that, if there's a signal warranted, it's a private benefit. The signal only goes into Arlington Downs. They're responsible for 100% of it. There's no public streets that come into that intersection in that particular example.
I completely agree. I mean, I've worked with you on a variety of different developments that have been approved by this board. And so, I mean, I've followed all this time. I'm just trying to make sure that, it appears from the comments that I heard last week that this is going to pass. And so I'm trying to make sure that the residents who are opposed to the development because of traffic reasons, and that's really the biggest concern I have. A lot of the other comments that were made, some of them were unfounded, some of them were exaggerated, and some of them were just stereotypes. So I'm trying to make sure that the people that had a concern with the traffic in the neighborhood, and I agree that not all the traffic is going to, is for this development, and that it could be worse if it was commercial, but we are on record knowing that we had the petitioner's traffic consultants tell us that there are times where we have less than good grades.
That's correct.
And so I want to make sure that the village understands, or that everybody on the board understands, that the village is now going to be sharing in the cost if there's ever a traffic signal warranted for that area. And it can be a very challenging intersection. I used to live up north, and so I'm familiar with that intersection, and I'm just concerned. One other thing. Oh, after the second traffic study was completed, did anybody reach out to IDOT again, or the one no was good enough?
No, we didn't, because it didn't, the additional counts really didn't impact, the warrant that was looked at, and IDOT had provided a written letter indicating that it didn't meet warrants. I think the only way to look at that again would be, in a couple of years down the road, do that warrant study again, and see whether it, any of that data had changed.
And we're going to pay for that, right? The village?
The village would, yes.
Okay. And so if we had a lot more D's, E's, and F's on there, and we didn't hit the 150 car mark, we still wouldn't be able to get a traffic signal.
That's correct.
Sounds like a system that doesn't work at the state.
Well, I mean, you can have D's, E's, and F's at intersections that are signalized, and we have that in town today as well. So, along Dundee Road, for example, there are intersections that operate at D, E, and F in the evening peak hour, for example, especially on the westbound traffic movement on Dundee Road. That just means during that peak hour, there's a longer delay cycle, or, a vehicle may have to wait more than one cycle of the light signal to get through that intersection.
I understand that part. I think that it being a non-signalized intersection with an angle street with left turns makes it more dangerous.
It definitely makes those left turns westbound Chestnut and left turns eastbound onto Chestnut. Those are the most challenging, as well as the through movements.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I have no other questions.
All right, other questions or comments from the board? Trustee Schwingbeck.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes. Charles, just to piggyback on what Trustee Scaletta just said, I agree with most of what he was commenting on. I guess what I still don't understand is if we have no control of the intersection, because that's all under IDOT, you drive around our village and we see intersections all the time that say, and I brought this up last week, no left turn on Durand Road between certain hours. If we're concerned about traffic on Chestnut, we can control that. We can put signs up anywhere we want in our village. If the residents are concerned with with Chestnut and their neighborhood not only now being a cut-through area, but even more so maybe in the future, why can't during certain hours we put up a sign that doesn't allow cut-through? We see this all over our village, and I just don't understand what the roadblock is for putting up some signage about left turns and maybe right turns into the neighborhood during certain hours of the day. I don't know why that would be a problem.
If I could jump in a little bit on some of that. I mean, I think anytime you put a sign up that restricts a movement, you're just pushing those folks to a different location. And that's why we always are very careful about that. And, one of the challenges is, what constitutes cut through traffic. They're all public roads, and everyone has a right to use those roads to get where they need to go if it's not, and so someone, it may take, that may be their fastest route if they live in the neighborhood, and by putting that sign up, we may be preventing them. And so it's very tricky when we put those types of signs up, because there's always, it's kind of like a hydraulic system where you block one way, the water has to come out the other side.
I understand that. I was on Fernandez the other day, and you're not allowed to cross Gulf Road. You have to make a right-hand turn. Over by South Middle School, between certain times of the day, you're not allowed to make a left-hand turn on South. I mean, we do these things for safety, and we do these things to stop traffic from backing up. So we do it in other parts of the village. I don't know why we're not at least receptive to look at it here.
I mean, we can look at anything, but in both of those cases, exiting Cooper's Hawk over by Fernandez, that's coming off of a property, and then leaving South Middle School is exiting a particular property where folks can kind of just go around the block. And in this case, you're kind of you would be looking at an entire neighborhood's worth of traffic coming in and coming out, and so the consequences could be greater. I mean, obviously, we can look at anything at any time, and one of the things that I would suggest to kind of respond somewhat to what Trustee Scaletta had said is, we are going to be looking at our study, our corridor study, and as that process continues forward, we've run into some roadblocks with the state thus far. I think it's a good idea to engage with the neighborhood. I think, anytime that we have one of these discussions, aside from talking about the issue at hand, you also learn a little bit about what's on the mind of the residents. And, one of the things that I've heard, I think we all have loud and clear, is this concern of traffic even beyond this proposed development. And so, I mean, we certainly can engage in some outreach and, have some neighborhood meetings as we get closer to talk about these issues and look at them a little bit more holistically as well, above and beyond anything that's proposed tonight.
I just have a couple of questions that I wanted to ask Mr. Zuniman if he's on this call.
Is Mr. Zuniman? Yeah, there he is.
So one thing that I hear from a lot of the folks, I don't know if they're all residents or not, but the folks that are in favor of this project is I've heard a resounding set of comments that this would be wonderful for people that live in our community, that can stay in our community. I've heard that it's great for people that work in our community to be able to live in the community. So with respect to this development, will Arlington Heights residents or people that work here in Arlington Heights at the time that that they're applying for a lease, will they have first precedence over anybody else?
Can the board hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know if I can join as a panelist. I'm not sure where the video's at, but no, that's a great question, Trustee Schwingbeck. And ultimately, I think the staff was, made a great move in putting that the tenant selection plan as part of this approval. We've already committed to make that a preference and ask IDA and HUD for that preference, that Arlington Heights residents, that ultimately is the folks that we're looking at. But I think what I've mentioned in a lot of the community meetings and the commissions is that from a grassroots perspective and a practical perspective, there's so many people at this point that are familiar with this development. We're going to make sure that we market it very heavily to existing Arlington Heights residents and say, hey, we are going to start opening up applications and pre-applications. Please make sure that you are first in line. So I think from a practical perspective, even if that wasn't approved by IDA or HUD, we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that existing residents and people working here and aging into place are the ones that know about this application process before anyone else.
But everything has to be approved by IDA.
Everything from the tenant selection plan does, but ultimately if people from the village that are working here apply to us, we are the ones doing the background checks, the criminal, the credit, et cetera, and we are making that decision as a private company if those folks are accepted or not. There's not someone else telling us we have to accept someone. So we're taking all of those things into consideration and doing all those checks. And again, as a private company, ultimately the ones making that decision.
Okay, and then my other questions have to do with the original recommendations from staff. So there was there were two recommendations that were not in the original motion. The one was that the property owner will provide an on-site property manager or maintenance supervisor Monday through Friday during certain hours. That's been removed. Are you going to do that anyway, or if it gets removed, will you not have somebody there?
We're going to do that anyways, and we'll always ensure that the property is appropriately staffed and that there are no issues.
Okay. And then the second one that was pulled out had to do with the property owner providing that one on-site residential unit. So even if that were in the motion, and it was approved by this board with that in the motion, IDA could come back at some point in time and say, no, we're not going to agree to that. Is that the case?
I guess theoretically they could, but just to be really clear on that, ultimately at the neighborhood meetings, that's one of the very tangible things that came out of that, and one of the requests by the neighbors that we listened to and took very seriously. So I've already spoken at length with IDA staff about it and prepped them, and they've told me as a staff they'll support that. It ultimately does need to go to their board, and they would have to approve taking one of the units from 40 down to 39. With that said, as a secondary option, just so we're really clear here, we ultimately could hire someone that makes under the income thresholds, have them pay rent, and still be the live-in manager or live-in maintenance person. So we're committed to doing that, whether IDA board approves it or we have to go the roundabout way. Okay. We'll definitely make sure that happens.
But if it were to get approved tonight without that provision in there, I'm assuming you would not move forward with that.
No, we are going to move forward with that regardless.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Right. Other questions or comments from the board? Trustee Bertucci had an additional question.
Randy or Charles, can you put up a slide of the site from that would cover Chestnut southeast to Arlington Heights Road? In other words, including Arlington Plaza.
Trustee Bertucci, is this sufficient?
Well, can you drill down just to just from Chestnut to, so as, I suppose we can attempt to do it this way, but my question ultimately comes to is I'm looking at a map that's zeroed in a little bit further, and say, Charles, you use your matchmaking skills and create a scenario where the Arlington Plaza owners and the owner of this property come together along with any other property owners that are in that little area. And we could possibly eliminate any traffic concerns if we marry those properties and not allow any exit to Chestnut and only allow whatever commercial would go there to exit out through the shopping center. How many traffic lights are already on Rand Road for that center from Arlington Heights Road to Chestnut?
There's two traffic signals. I think I might have a better aerial. Yeah, I think this one shows a little better. There's two traffic signals. One aligns with the Annex Shopping Center on the south side, and that has one outbound on the Arlington Plaza side. That has one outbound and one inbound lane. And then there's a signal a little bit further west that lines up with a small shopping center on the south side, and there's two outbound lanes and one inbound lane on that particular signalized intersection. It's possible you could get a connection of a commercial development into the Arlington Plaza. I'm not sure, if there's any grade differential there. I don't know that there is. I do believe there's a Commonwealth Edison easement that runs along the south property line. What utilities are underground, or if any, I'm not sure about that either, but often you can put driveways over easements and things like that, so that could be possible.
So it is possible that if we kept it commercial, that something could be put together there, have a commercial business still up in that area up to Chestnut, and then just force any traffic movement to go either to one of those pork chop areas where you can only go out one way, or to one of the various lights that are along Rand Road, is what I hear you saying, that is a possibility.
Sure, it would entail, two property owners having to work together, whether, Arlington Plaza would agree to that.
Have you ever approached them?
No, because there hasn't been a commercial proposal on this site to have that discussion with. I'm sure they wouldn't allow a residential connection through there unless...
we know that they won't allow a residential. But, my question is, again, it goes back to what I talked about last week, and that is being proactive versus reactive to this chipping away, so to speak, of commercial property zoning. And again, we don't have, I don't see a strategy, and that's my concern. I don't see a strategy, and we're reactive to these proposals, and we don't look at things as a total and say, wow, if we marry those properties together and we can get developers to work or property owners to work together, we can avoid any traffic to Chestnut. And we could really make that work as commercial space by just moving the traffic out the already existing exits and lights. So,
well, I can just comment. I mean, anything's possible. It's quite often difficult. We spent a decade or more working on South Point. There's multiple different owners there trying to get those property owners working together to redevelop South Point, and that's a large shopping center, has a large, upside potential, and it's being time consuming, and it's been taken long time to even try to get those property owners to work together over the years. So like I say, anything's possible. It would depend on a retail commercial user on the vacant site, and a willingness on Arlington Plaza site. They control their property and their access to those signals, but it's not impossible.
Okay, that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from the board? Charles, you want to take that down for a minute?
Yes, I will. Just a second. Yep, there we go.
All right, I don't know who was first, Trustee Grasse or Trustee LaBedz. I didn't see which hand went up first. Trustee Grasse, go ahead.
Thank you, President Hayes. I had actually just a few comments I wanted to make specifically to the neighbors who signed the petition and who are against this development. I'd like just to share a little bit of comments and then ask a question to the staff that's a little more specific. It has already been addressed a bit, but that's really what I wanted to do quickly. What I have found from the many voices that I have been hearing is that this issue before us is really not an either or sort of decision, an all or nothing kind of decision. I am really seeing this decision for Crescent Place as a both and I wanted to explain a little bit about how I'm seeing that, because I'm seeing that this issue is really non-binary. It is so complex in the many layers and truths that are present. And by seeing this in a both and sort of situation, I think it can give us in the village a clearer path in going forward as a community to find solutions that will really best benefit all of us. And so I guess what I'd quickly just like to do is just comment on the Crescent Place project alone, apart from the neighborhood concerns for just a minute. I just want to comment only on the Crescent Place project. When we look at this project on its own, we see a well-planned, well-designed, fully funded, multi-family housing structure that really will improve the overall appearance and flooding in this area. It will provide urgently needed affordable housing for people in our community who make less than $55,000 a year. And this Crescent Place project will provide increased revenue for our village over what the vacant lot currently provides. And so I come to this project with a strong belief that affordable housing is infrastructure. That's really how I understand affordable housing. Affordable housing is a basic component of our society that's really needed for the health, safety, and welfare for all of our people. And every single community, including Arlington Heights, relies on a diverse and unique blend of people whose incomes, assets, and circumstances call for a range of housing, different types of housing and affordability levels. I really believe that affordable housing is infrastructure. So when viewed on its own, just on its own, this project looks like a great project for our village from a financial, environmental, sustainability, social justice, infrastructure, and even appearance perspectives. And when this project is put before our 9 strategic priorities for our village, it actually addresses 6 of our 9 priorities, not just 1, but actually 6 of them are addressed by this project. So then I'd just like to speak to the residents in the neighborhood and just let's put aside the Crescent project for just a minute and look at the legitimate neighborhood concerns that are already issues now. And please know, I have heard your voices, I've read the emails, I've heard all these legitimate concerns. First, this neighborhood is clearly an active and vibrant neighborhood full of homes, condos, apartments, senior living, with the bustling of schools, church, daycare, the park, and all the various sporting events that just make up this neighborhood. And then it's close to so many wonderful businesses and other amenities. Arlington Heights is truly an exciting place to live and play and work, and this neighborhood is proof of that. I can attest to the struggles that actually come from living in a busy neighborhood, so I understand that as well. However, from hearing the voices of the residents, there really seem for me to be some real and pressing concerns that affect this neighborhood in particular, maybe over other neighborhoods in our village. And even though I heard the voices from the residents, I actually had a conversation with 2 residents who were very involved with the vote no and the petition. That really helped me understand maybe some of what was behind a whole lot of these concerns that I hadn't really heard until I had this conversation. From my conversation, I heard that this particular neighborhood is really locked inside 53 Rand Road, Arlington Heights Road. And they were saying that there really is only one good southbound exit on Chestnut. And there really is no easy accessibility for walking or biking or safely crossing Rand Road to get to other neighborhoods, schools, or nearby stores and shopping. They even talked about there being a chunk of area without a sidewalk. that would allow them to safely walk or bike along Rand Road. And I actually heard from this resident how she had to bike north to Hintz, go over, I can't remember if it was east or west, but you could go both ways to come back down Rand or come back down south on Arlington Heights Road to get to, let's say, Trader Joe's or the shopping areas south of Rand. But this is the piece that I heard that I just wanted to share and acknowledge. She shared that the neighborhood residents have been patiently waiting and hoping for the Uptown project to begin, and they have not really heard about any updates about the plans or the current status. And this conversation and the specific challenges for this particular neighborhood has been a legitimate concern even without the Crescent Place project. And so just hearing this concern and what they've been waiting for, it gave me a better understanding of why there was such a turnout at the neighborhood meeting for Crescent Place project. These neighbors were coming forward to talk about bigger issues that were already present, but the petitioner was not one to even really assist with their concerns or start looking at solutions. So my question to our staff is, can we plan to have some community conversations with the Berkeley Square neighbors, this neighborhood, about possible solutions and really start discussing the Uptown Rand Road Corridor project in the near future? Can we explore solutions for especially expanding maybe some of the bike or pedestrian and overall accessibility options in that locked area that they're in for this particular neighborhood? Can we increase communication with each other to start really finding some solutions to these very legitimate concerns and needs of this particular neighborhood? Thank you for letting me comment on this and letting me speak for a bit of time here. So I just really wanted to conclude that I both support this Crescent Place project and I support the urgent need to begin a much needed community conversation to find solutions for the neighbors in this neighborhood. And those are really my comments. So if you could answer that, staff, I sure would appreciate that.
No, thank you, Trustee Grasse. And I think those points are well taken. I mean, I agree. I mean, I think, you know, we're hearing a lot of things that I think we need to listen. And I think having some outreach with that neighborhood regarding that broader planning effort is a good idea. And you know, we've run into some obstacles. Primarily, most of the work that's happening, that's contemplated happening on the Uptown plan, does happen on state right of way, and so we have to get permission from IDOT primarily to do it. And Charles, I don't know if you want to give a little bit of an update on kind of where things stand on that, and so the folks watching can have an update.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Randy. So we've been working on that, unfortunately, for a few years. It's had some challenges, not through lack of effort on village's side and staff effort side. So when the board approved that plan in 2016, the next step was to develop a funding mechanism for that, which was put into place and put in the capital improvement plan and actually budgeted. We then retained a consultant to develop conceptual plans for the first phase project that the board approved, which was the uplighting along Palatine Road. We had a series of meetings with IDOT. As we developed the plan and submitted to IDOT, they rejected it multiple times. By the time the plan was developed, that met IDOT's requirements as far as lumens, spacing of lighting, couldn't have colored lighting. We actually did a test. Our consultant got several light fixtures from the manufacturer. We got a generator. We did a test on a Thursday evening in November, and the light was not what we felt the board was expecting. So it's an expensive project. We felt everybody would be disappointed by it. It wasn't what was presented to the board. So, you know, we kind of put a hold on that. And put a hold on the consultant, and then moved to the next project, which was the gateway signs. So we submitted the gateway signs and the banner signs along the corridors to IDOT. IDOT rejected that. They said they only allow those kind of monument gateway signs at entries to the community. So we tried to retool that, and now we're at the point where we have identified 6 gateway monument signs, and we are trying to negotiate easements from private property owners. So for example, just sent a revised easement document to Town and Country, trying to get an easement on their private property for that monument sign. And then we're hopeful that, if we can get all those easements from the various private property owners, they'll be in slightly different locations than what was originally envisioned, but fairly close. And there'll be a foot off the right of way. We can move forward with that and get that finally designed and then bid and hopefully installed next year. The same with the banner, enhancement along the existing light poles along the corridor. And then lastly, as the board recalls, we had a discussion with the sustainability projects, and we're looking at ways to make pedestrian improvements better at the 3 intersections in this area: Palatine Road and Arlington Heights Road, Arlington Heights Road and Rand Road and Palatine Road. And so we've got estimates for those, looking at doing those within the next 2 years. We have to do the design and get them permitted. They're about $50,000 to $75,000 rough estimate per intersection. So is hopefully within the next couple of years be able to do these gateway signs, not on IDOT right away, on private property. If we can get the easements, go back to IDOT with a different banner design concept, and then the pedestrian improvements, and then the last phase would be landscaping along the corridor within the public areas that we can get approved. So that's probably a longer update than you were looking for, but those are some of the struggles that we've been dealing with, and it is an important corridor, and we certainly want to move forward with that.
All right, anything further, Trustee Grasse? Okay, thank you. Trustee LaBedz.
Thank you, Mayor Hayes. First, I just want to say to the residents, I think, speaking for myself, but probably also for all the other trustees, we received dozens and dozens and dozens of emails from residents of the community, not just people from outside the community, both in favor of this proposal as well as in opposition of the proposal. And I, for one, read every single one, tried to respond as best I could. My apologies for those times I wasn't able to. There were also phone calls. There were also people who just stopped me on the street, or I'd be out and about, who wanted to talk about this. So there's tremendous amount of interest. We got a lot of input from a wide variety of people within the neighborhood and, yes, from outside the neighborhood. But I do thank everyone for their comments, and because it takes time to reach out, and we do appreciate it. I know I certainly do. I just want to make a couple comments. There have been some concerns raised about two things. One is crime, that an affordable housing building would increase a level of crime. And the second one has to do with some comments that we don't need more affordable housing because we have all these units in the village. I live and have for many decades 3 blocks from a apartment complex of 3 3-story buildings, and until very recently it was affordable housing. It accepted Section 8 vouchers. The residents who lived there were no different than anyone else in the rest of the community, the people who lived in the single-family homes nearby. There wasn't a crime problem. I know this because I see the crime maps that the police department puts together. There was no different than people living in single-family homes. I know that some of the people in there, because I knew them personally, were single moms who had, in a couple instances, had gone through a divorce and needed a place to go where they didn't have to pull their kids out of the school district, and they were fortunate enough to find an apartment here. About 3 years ago, it was purchased by a developer and turned into market rate housing. So those people who needed affordable rents were no longer able to stay there. They were told to leave. Their leases weren't renewed. I got a number of calls from people in the neighborhood who were concerned about these residents who now had to move and needed someplace that they could afford, but they couldn't find anything in the village. And I do believe that some may have reached out to village staff for assistance or other agencies that help people find affordable housing. So while there may be units, they weren't available for them. And so those families had to pull their kids out of the local school district and relocate elsewhere. So there is need. And I think that that is something that I've seen firsthand and wanted to share with everyone. That's it.
Great. Thanks, Trustee LaBedz. Any further questions or comments from the board? Trustee Baldino.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the petitioner and to village staff for their presentations last week. I had a number of questions coming into this project, and those presentations answered almost all of my questions. Second, I'd like to thank all of the residents, both for and against this project, who contacted the board, either on this Zoom call or via email or phone call, however. That kind of input is, you know, it takes a long time to get through it all, but it's valuable. And we heard you, just like Trustee LaBedz said, and Trustee Grasse said, we heard you and we take your comments seriously. Lastly, I'd like to thank Trustee Scaletta for asking these questions about the traffic. Those were the questions that I was going to ask. So thank you for asking those, and thank you, Charles, for answering those questions. So having said all that, for me, this came down to the question before the board. Rezoning this property from commercial to residential. And the piece that we seem to forget is that part of this plot is already zoned residential, and we're being asked to approve the plat of subdivision to consolidate. So part of this parcel is already residential. And so the question is, do we keep part of it commercial, or do we consolidate it all into residential? And for me, it came down to a question of, do we hold out for the possibility of a commercial project, or do we take the project in hand? And so that's what it's come down to, and I am supportive of the approval of the rezoning. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Trustee Baldino. Trustee Tinaglia.
Thanks, Mayor Hayes. And thank you. I want to echo my colleagues here for the appreciation to everyone who spoke here tonight. And I think, Becky, I don't know how you did it. That was a lot of words and a lot of reading, and did a fine job with that. And it's interesting. I mean, no one can deny it. I wrote them all down here. I think she read somewhere in the neighborhood of 62 or 3 of them. And so many of those were written in favor of, and conversely, the folks who spoke online here were those who were against the project. And I think it's reasonable to think that not everybody's comfortable speaking in front of audiences and online, and sometimes it's easier to write your thoughts down and send them in, and that worked out fine here. But I guess it really kind of just emphasized what I said a week ago. My inbox was full, as I'm sure everyone on this call here, and it really was 50-50. Someone questioned my judgment on that, but I'm telling you, that is the honest to God truth. There are some very passionate people for this as well as against this. And no matter what is done here tonight, half of the people are going to be unhappy. And I can only apologize ahead of time to those folks, and maybe share a couple of thoughts to maybe ease the pain a little bit. And live about 2 blocks away from the Parkview Apartments. The Parkview Apartments are 45 units, 7 stories tall, 45 units of affordable voucher residential living. And it wasn't initially going to be that. It wasn't, I wasn't aware that happened there. Nobody really was. But when it happened, there was some fear. There was a lot of fear. what would it look like? What it would behave like? How was it going to be operated? How was it going to be managed? And I can tell you as a neighbor, it's fine. It behave, and I think there are a couple other trustees here who are neighbors of mine as well, who might say the same thing. It is amazing to me that anyone who had fears of that could walk right down that street and never, ever, ever know that there was anybody different than them living inside that building. So my thought is this is all about management style, upkeep, maintenance. It's about taking care of the residents, about taking care of the building, using quality materials, using good design, putting together a project that is going to live well in the neighborhood and behave like a good neighbor. The management company for Parkview has done a really, really great job of that. There was probably some growing pains in the beginning, but I think that's been worked out. And I'm proud of living in our community here. So for that reason, I would be really a strong advocate of keeping those couple of items in on the Plan Commission and staff recommendations. I think it was number 6 and 7 that had to do with a live-in resident or on-premise resident of some sort, especially in light of the fact that this owner, this developer, it's not like we're twisting their arm into doing this. They want to do this because they recognize, as I've just said, it's an important part of the success of the facility. Keeping the landscaping look nice, keeping the hallways clean, having the place behave like a home to be proud of, as opposed to something that they're not. So I guess I don't really have anything else that it's been a long process here. I've heard everyone. I've read every single email. I sat and I've listened to 90 or 100 speakers here. I've heard and I absolutely sympathize, but I think in this particular case, I'll take the tax revenue and the forward thinking and the diversity and the economic engine of this thing and the good that it will do over having it sit longer and longer and longer for, some bird in the bush down the road. That doesn't make any sense for me. So that's where I'm at.
Right. Thanks, Trustee Tinaglia. Well, seeing no other hands from the board, let me just add, Trustee Schwingbeck, go ahead.
One more. So just a couple of things. Charles, Randy, the one thing that came out of this meeting, we've certainly heard from the residents in this neighborhood, and I would really like to see you, as Trustee Grasse said, set up some meetings with these residents and really hear from them what their struggles are and really try and resolve some of these issues. Because like all the other trustees, we spent an enormous amount of time reading and talking, and I'd like you to make that commitment to do that. Secondly, I'd like to put an amended motion on the floor to put back in 6 and 7, as Trustee Tinaglia said. It was a recommendation from staff, and the property owner is certainly in favor of that. So I'd like to amend Trustee Canty's original motion and include everything that she said, including 6 and 7, and bring that back in to my amendment.
Can I second that? Hart?
Yeah, there's a motion by Trustee Schwingbeck, seconded by Trustee Tinaglia. And Trustee Schwingbeck, if you would just for the record read 6 and 7 again. Please.
So 6 would be the property owner shall provide an on-site property manager or maintenance supervisor Monday through Friday during business hours, approximately 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., and provide emergency contact for non-business hours. Number 7 would be the property owner shall provide one on-site residential unit on the subject property for occupancy by either a property manager or maintenance supervisor in order to provide an extra set of eyes for community watch contact for the residents unless otherwise prohibited by IHDA. Property owner shall ensure that the property is approximately staffed at all times, appropriately staffed at all times.
All right, we have a motion and a second to amend the main motion. Discussion now on the amendment. The motion to amend. Trustee Bertucci.
I'm going to need some guidance from Hart in reference to voting. So, Hart, walk me through my votes. So, the amendment, as is, would just amends the motion, but then we have to go back and still vote on the actual motion for rezone. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Trustee Bertucci. And I'll rephrase that for the benefit of the board as well as for the public. There is a motion that is on the floor. It was made at the meeting the board held last week on the 20th. It was a motion that was originally made by Trustee Canty. Trustee Schwingbeck's motion that is now currently before you would amend that main motion to add these two conditions. The vote you will next take, following whatever discussion you have now on the motion to amend, is simply a question of whether the main motion should also include these two proposed conditions. They were identified as conditions 6 and 7 in the original packet from a week ago. Depending on how the vote on the motion to amend goes, that will then identify what is within the main motion that you will presumably vote on later this evening. Does that make sense? This next vote is not a final vote whether to rezone or not. It's to identify essentially the scope of any conditions attached to rezoning.
Okay. So if I am, in my case, just for some guidance, if I am concerned about the rezone and want to continue my quest to be a guardian of the taxpayer and like to see that commercial, in effect, I could say that if I think I might get outvoted there, if in fact it does get passed, but I'd like to see Trustee Schwingbeck's, if it doesn't get passed, at least have Trustee Schwingbeck's add-ins put in, I could vote yes to the amendment and then turn around and vote no to the rezone.
That's very well stated, Trustee Bertucci. This is simply a motion on what conditions, if any, would be part of an approval if there is an approval. Trustee Canty's original motion, what I'm calling now the main motion that's before the board, identifies certain conditions, but not what was listed as conditions 6 and 7 a week ago. Trustee Schwingbeck's amendment would reinsert 6 and 7 into the main motion. There is absolutely nothing wrong with voting one way on this motion and another way on the main motion, regardless of what happens with this one.
Okay. Thank you for the guidance and the clarification.
Absolutely.
Trustee Canty, did you have your hand up? Yeah, you're muted, Trustee Canty.
I can never tell if it's muted on my phone or muted on the computer. So usually I remember to hit both. So sorry, it's getting a little late here. I want to echo my colleagues' comments. I have read every email that has come through. I have taken every phone call. I have listened to every single speaker last week, tonight. I appreciate all of the feedback that we've gotten from the community. I think that's what pushes us to get the best for all of the residents of Arlington Heights. As I said last week when I put the main motion on the floor, I am uncomfortable with these two provisions. And as I'm sure my colleagues will agree, I will always follow the will of this board and not allow the perfect to get in the way of the good. But my concern with these two provisions is really the disparate treatment that we are showing to this development. And my concern is that we are placing a burden, particularly with item 7, we are placing a burden upon this developer that and property manager that we have not placed on other developments in this community. We approved Block 425, which had a magnitude of order, more units proposed across 3 buildings, and did not require that they have an on-site property manager that lived in the building, or at least one of the 3 buildings. Though I'm confident that with the number of residences proposed for Block 425, they would also benefit from having a live-in property manager or maintenance person. So my concern is that we are responding to what might be or what is feared to be about this particular development because of the type of development that is proposed. And I understand residents' concerns about having a new development go in near them. That is always going to be a challenge and something that people think about long and hard. But I would challenge us, if this is something that we want to move forward with this development, we should require it of future multi-unit developments as well, because I think that it is probably good for all developments to have an on-site property manager who lives in the building and can be the eyes on the ground for maybe an owner that lives in a different community or even out of state. So I'm not in favor of this amendment, but again, I will follow the will of the board.
Well, I don't think this sets a precedent. I do think that it addresses a concern that was raised by the residents of the neighborhood, and the petitioner has indicated here last meeting and even here this evening that they are willing to do this to address those concerns. And so I would be in favor.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
Yeah, I would be in favor of the amendment because of those reasons, and I don't think it sets a precedent. I do think we can handle these situations on a case-by-case basis going forward. So any other questions or comments on the motion to amend before we vote on that motion? Seeing none, let's take a roll call on the motion to amend.
Trustee Schwingbeck?
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia?
Yes.
Trustee Baldino?
No.
Trustee Canty?
No.
Trustee Bertucci?
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz? Trustee LaBedz?
Sorry. Yes.
Trustee Grasse?
No.
Trustee Scaletta?
Yes.
President Hayes?
Yes. All right, the motion to amend has been approved, and so the main motion has been amended to put back in staff recommendations 6 and 7. All right, we are now back on to discussion for the main motion, and let me just add my comments. Just first, in general, in response to some of the concerns of the residents, both last time and this evening, I don't think that anyone considered this a done deal before they came into the meeting last week. Certainly a motion and a second were made, but we've had many situations where individuals have changed their mind as a result of public comment. And that's the reason why I allowed so many public comments for this, to include the many that were read into the record by our village clerk. There's been many situations in my individual case as well over the past 30 plus years that I've been on the board, where just one comment out of many, many people made the light bulb go off in one direction or another, and it's changed my mind. And so public comment is a critical part of the democratic process. It's a critical part of our decision-making process on this board. And that's, again, the reason why I was so intent on making sure everyone had a full and fair opportunity to be heard before we voted. And we didn't take a vote until just now, and that was on the motion to amend. And so we'll be voting on the main motion momentarily. But I, again, appreciate the comments and willingness of the public to participate in this process. It's been very, very helpful in formulating our decision and making a better project for this community and for this neighborhood. So those are my comments generally. I do want to just speak briefly on the proposal specifically. It's true that I don't live in the specific neighborhood that's involved here, that's at issue here, but I do live very close to it. As many of you know, I live in the Northgate subdivision, just right across Arlington Heights Road from this particular residential neighborhood. And so I've spent a lot of time over the past 34 years that we've lived in Northgate in this boundary area. And so whether it's coaching or going to different things at the school over there or visiting friends, I do have a lot of friends in that neighborhood. And hopefully they're still friends after we take this vote tonight. But that's the risk you take as a public official, as an elected official. I've always based my vote on what I think is in the best interest of all involved in this community. And so there's been a number of developments that are similar to this that were proposed and eventually built in my neighborhood, just north of my neighborhood. And my neighborhood was up in arms over it, just like you residents are for this particular proposal. The difference between those developments, those proposed developments, and what was actually built, and the proposal here is that variations were required, in some cases extensive variations, for those developments, for density, not only of the building as a whole, but for the square footage of the apartments or the units within the buildings, and also for parking. And so there were many, many more issues involved in those that we had to consider for the Northgate developments. We had those developers come back and make the proposal much better by decreasing the density, by decreasing the amount of variations or the number of variations required, and resulted in a much better project. But there were still, I think in all those cases, variations that were required to get those projects approved. The concern, of course, with the Northgate subdivision was on traffic, mostly regarding their neighborhoods, and on safety as a result of that. And some of those had affordable housing components in it. And so I can tell you here as a resident within less than a mile of both of those developments, none of the issues that the residents were concerned about have come to fruition. It's just a fact. Those developments have been high-quality developments that have been great additions to the Northgate area. And so this development, however, is different. There's no variations required for density, for parking, for really anything. And so when I look at how I'm going to vote on this particular development, I look, why would I vote no on this proposal? And the only reason I would vote no is for the increased traffic. And so I have to look at the issues with respect to that issue. And it's just been apparent to me over and over again over the last 2 nights that we've discussed this, that there is a problem in this area. No matter what you put in this vacant parcel, it's going to exacerbate the problem. But we've heard from the so-called experts that there's going to be a really minimal increase to the traffic problem in this area as a result of this particular proposal. It's my firm belief that there are many things that you could put there that would significantly worsen the problem over and above what this development will increase. And so including a park that someone suggested here this evening. Can you imagine putting soccer fields there and having soccer games there during the night or on the weekend? That would significantly increase a traffic problem in this particular residential neighborhood. So for those reasons, because there's no variations required, the property has been vacant for 19 years, whether it was on the market or not, it did not develop. I don't foresee it developing. We've got a high quality proposal before us this evening. Although I've heard the concerns of the residents, I don't think it's going to significantly exacerbate the traffic problem. And so I will be voting in favor of the main motion. Any further questions or comments from the board before we vote? Seeing none, let's take a roll call on the main motion.
Trustee Canty?
Yes.
Trustee Grasse?
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz?
Yes.
Trustee Scaletta,
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci,
No.
Trustee Tinaglia,
Yes.
Trustee Baldino,
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck,
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. Well, the motion is approved. The project is approved as amended. And so we thank you again all for your participation in this process, which I hope you will agree was a very democratic decision-making process on behalf of this board. And your input was invaluable to the process going forward. And so thank you again for all of your participation this evening. And we know that we will address concerns going forward. And we continually look at problems as they exist after we approve projects like this. And so we will certainly be mindful of situations as they arise and address them as they arise. And so we thank you for your help in observing and reporting those situations as we go forward. All right, nothing else on this particular item. We wish the developer good luck in the process of building this development and being a good neighbor to those residents who've voiced their concerns over these past couple of nights.
And Mayor Hayes, can you guys hear me?
This is
Yeah,
Mr. Zuniman.
This is Jake Zuniman. I just wanted to say thank you so much to the board. I understand all of the concerns, and we really do take it seriously. This is by far the most thorough process I've seen any village take. So you really should commend your staff and your board members. I was lucky enough after the last meeting to be invited out to Cortland's garage the following day. Had some fish tacos, a chicken sandwich, and a couple beers. So I'm really hopeful I can continue to do that with other residents, and we really look forward to bringing a beautiful community to Arlington Heights. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you to you and your team, Mr. Zuniman. All right, if nothing further then on this proposal, anything from the village manager under his report?
Nothing further.
Anything under petitions and communications from the village board? Seeing none, just a reminder, again, a great weather week this week, so please join us at Harmony Fest this weekend. Looking forward to a great block party. If nothing further then, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
I think it was Trustee Scaletta and Trustee Baldino. So roll call.
Trustee Scaletta,
Yes.
Trustee Baldino,
Yes.
Trustee Canty,
Yes.
Trustee Schwingbeck,
Yes.
Trustee Tinaglia,
Yes.
Trustee Grasse,
Yes.
Trustee LaBedz,
Yes.
Trustee Bertucci,
Yes.
President Hayes.
Yes. Thank you again for joining us this evening.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Good job navigating us.